Good morning. It's 9:30 and I'd like to call the August 31st County Council meeting to order. First item of business is the approval of the agenda. As is our practice, I'll go through the items that we know for sure must be discussed and then open the floor to items that councillors wish to add. But just as a reference, related to items 3.5, 3.6, and 3.7 in your package, the resolution numbers are misnumbered or incorrect. The administration has picked up on that, and the posted version of the agenda and the version that will be signed after the meeting are correct. So those three items, for those reasons only, do not need to come back to us. For there is just a clerical thing there. So the first item that we on the discussion item is number 4.1, delegations. Then we have 5.9, all of number 6 at 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, 6.4, 6.5, and then 7.5, Tri-Council, 7.9, snowmobile trail. Sorry, it's 7.10 on my agenda. Is it 7.10 on yours? Okay. Calendars, number 8.2, and then 11. Then we want to add item number 9.1, Collinton Fire. And then we want to add also include numbers 11.1 and 11.2. And just as a note, the order that the numbering on the packages was given to you, I think differently than in the agenda. So we'll switch those around. I think 11.2 is public confidences and 11.1 is business interests of a third party. Not that it matters in a huge amount. Are there other items that council wishes to discuss? Councillor Chamzik.
5.2 and 10.1 Z.
Councillor Chamzik would like 5.2 and 10.1 Z. That's the Northern Lights Library System under the reports. Okay. Councillor Anderson.
Was item 5.3 on there?
Okay, item 5.3. Councillor Holland.
Thank you. 5.8,
Okay, 5.8,
5.10,
5.10,
7.3,
7.3.
7.7.
So 7.3, Kate, 7.7.
Thank you. And 8.1B.
And 8.1B.
And the last one, 10.1H.
10.1H.
Thank you.
Other items, okay, so there's a couple that I wanted to add, but we'll just go through the Councillor Minns.
I was wondering, 5.9.
Okay, 5.9.
We're gonna discuss it. Okay. I have this 7.1
7.1, okay,
and 8.1A.
and 8.1A.
And then the only other one would be 10.1 AC.
10.1 AC.
Just quick up.
Okay, so going through the list from start to finish, we have item number 2, item number 4, item number 5.2, item number 5.3, item number 5.8, 5.9, 5.10, all of number 6 at 6.1, 6.2, 6.3, 6.4, and 6.5. Item number 7.1, item number 7.3, item 7.4, item 7.4. I want to add that. 7.5, 7.7, 7.10, 8.1A, 8.1B, 8.2, 9.1, which is the addition of the Collinton Fire item that was circulated, 10.1H, 10.1Z, 10.1 AC, and then 11.1 and 11.2. Is there any further additions or deletions? Counselor Mins?
I'll approve the agenda.
Counselor Mins
As
moves
presented.
moves the adoption of the agenda. On the question of the adoption of the agenda as discussed, all those in favor? That is 9-0 and the motion is adopted. The first item of business is 5.2 on page 47 of your agenda. Counselor Chamzik, did you have a motion you wanted to make?
I do. I'd like to make the motion to accept the adjusted amount and the remainder of $950 to be absorbed by Athabasca County.
Counselor Chamzik has moved that to accept the adjusted amount and that the $950 remaining be absorbed by Athabasca County. Is that the correct? Okay. Discussion. Counselor Appetite.
I'm actually glad to see you put this on the agenda. I wanted to talk about it as well. It's excellent that the errors were corrected. I'm very happy that the time was given to look into this deeper and make sure that there was no further errors. And I think that for this time and stress that this ratepayer has had to go through, I agree. I think we should be able to find a place to right or wrong.
Counselor Anderson.
Thank you. I'd be opposed to just writing off the remaining balance. I think it's a great thing that administration went through and double checked and made sure that the invoice was correct and appropriate. But at the end of the day, I don't actually see the reason to write off that amount. I think we all kind of have some responsibility to carry appropriate insurance on our property for this instance.
You, Counselor Chamzik, you've spoken and you'll get the final word as the mover. Other discussion? Counselor Holland.
Thank you very much. I'm in totally total agreement with absorbing these costs. We did discover the error, which is commendable that the error was discovered, but I'm also concerned that there was that type of a response late into the incident, from what I understand. And I wonder if there wasn't also a secondary error made in asking departments to stand down. Therefore, I am totally in agreement, because I do believe there could have been measures taken that this bill wouldn't have been where it is today. Thank you for bringing it forward.
Counselor Wallach.
I disagree with the motion. I think we need to not set a precedent of doing this because what happens next time? Could be bigger, could be less, but what precedent are we setting with letting this go?
Counselor Cromwell.
Thank you. I'm trying to pull up the bylaw right now, but in our
It's
fire,
in your agenda.
I knew
on
that.
page 49.
Thank you. Thought I had seen it, but in our fire service bylaw, it does say that we may charge for fire response, not that we must. Now, may means we have discretion, we have to be human, we have to do what is right and fair to our ratepayer. And I will support this motion fully.
Counselor Mins. you had it.
I don't know. I don't really agree with the motion just due to the fact that I do believe that the whole process did the right thing. The gentleman got the bill, didn't like the invoice, and came and brought it to council's attention, which then actually allowed administration to go back and check out the invoice and find out that there was errors, human errors. And we did cut down the bill substantially back to $950. And I think that shows our due administration's due diligence and council's due diligence of looking at it. But if we write off the rest, it's like everybody else has been charged. Where does this go? And again, with the president setting. So I'm actually against it. I think for us to be able to sit here and say, well, I think there was too many units sent out there. We again weren't in location, weren't on scene, didn't know what was going on, and it's the person that's on the other end of the line of 911 that's actually got to make that decision. So if there's one or too many fire trucks, what if there wouldn't have been enough fire trucks? Then we'd be talking about holy man, now we should be paying for a shop because we didn't send out enough. So I think I think the gentleman, we did everything proper. And I think the $950, hey, they saved something.
I am agreeing with that thought. It's a legitimate cost. It's in the bylaw. You know, the ratepayer has to be at some level responsible for choices he's made. He chose to reduce his insurance. And it shouldn't be the other ratepayers of the county that carry that. This sets a very dangerous precedent. And, you know, in terms of trying to second guess whether we sent the right people out or not, I think we have to respect the fire crews that were on scene and not second guess their judgment onto how many apparatus they want. And so for me, it would be unbalanced and unfair to the ratepayers in the county generally to, on a random basis. We've had other ratepayers who've paid far more than this, who didn't have insurance. And are we going to open the door to going back to every other time we've charged a fire service bill? We have a bylaw, it's clear, and I cannot support this motion. Councillor Chamzak, as the mover of the motion, you have the final word. And, oh, sorry, Councillor Gerlich, did you want to speak?
Yeah, I do. First of all, there was a mistake in the billing, so that's not doing anybody any favor to correct a figure that wasn't the correct figure to begin with. So that's, you cannot take any credit or give credit where that is due. It's just correcting a mistake. And I think that to over respond is probably better than to under respond. But in the dead of winter, when you've got snowbanks all over the place, to have 5 fire halls send units to a situation like that. I mean, for a number of them, they could have got there and turned around and left. Like it was overkill, and I think it's a good thing, but we should be in the public interest, making sure that we're dealing with it adequately. But to hand the bill to a guy for it just doesn't sit right. It's not a matter of precedent either. We have the ability to charge a reasonable amount, and to have 5 units there, like I said, in the dead of winter with snowbanks all over the place. It's not like this fire was going to take off and go anywhere. And if you over respond, that's in the public interest, but I don't think it's in the individual's interest. And I would strongly support not charging anything over and above what the insurance paid.
Councillor Chamzak, final word.
Well, I respect every one of my colleagues' opinions. As we know, there has been some administrative errors as well. We as council, I feel, do a really good job of trying to, if we make a mistake, follow through and try to correct some of those things. Now, I do understand where you guys are coming from with over response, but from my understanding, and I'm not quite clear of how that all works, but it is also up to incident command to relinquish or also call for backup if needed, which also costs taxpayers. My question is also, were things followed 100% procedurally? As I recollect, and I can't be for sure, but at the time we would have had a rather new fire chief at the time as well. I'm still in support of that motion, and that's all I have to say for now.
On the question of the adoption of the motion to accept the amended fire On the question of the adoption of the motion to accept the amended fire service invoice and that the county further waive the remaining outstanding balance. All those in favor? All those opposed? The count is 5 and 4 and the motion is adopted. Next item on your agenda is item 5.3. Is there anyone willing to make a motion? Counselor Anderson?
Thank you. I'd like to split the question the same as it was at committee of the whole, please.
Okay.
And I'll make the first motion.
So the motion is to, I think, committee of the whole was just to split out 735, right?
Yes.
That's my memory. So the Councillor Anderson has proposed to direct administration to amend the following resolutions that are included in your list, accepting resolution 22-735. Is there any discussion? Seeing none,
I'm sorry, I'm looking for the one we're not. Not in
third
this
from the
list?
bottom.
With true dates by fall September 23. And can we, what is the reason for splitting this?
You don't need a reason to split it. You just,
Oh, okay.
you want to vote, splitting just allows you to vote separately on separate. So we could theoretically, if you wanted, vote on every line item separately, but the majority were on side with everything except that one. It was kind of one block of votes and that one was voted on separately. And so the idea is that's happening.
Thank you.
So on the question of the adoption of the motion to direct administration to amend the resolutions presented accepting CC 22-735, all those in favor? The count is 9 and 0 and the motion is adopted. There's a remaining motion. Is there anybody willing to move the adoption of that recommendation?
Mr. Reeve,
Yep.
just a point of order, if I might, that item is actually on today's agenda. So I don't,
We could just leave it.
we can just leave it. It will be dealt with as item 5.9.
Thank you.
So administration did it without. Hey, 5.3 is done. 5.8. Councillor Holland,
Thank you.
Good.
With,
sorry,
Sorry?
go ahead.
just,
You have a motion to make or,
not quite yet. We have a question.
so can we make a motion and then
I'm
talk
not
to
prepared
it?
to make the.
Councillor Councillor Capitanic has made a motion to direct administration to remove the structure, remove debris and stabilize the banks for completion in 2024. And then funding be submitted to the 2024 budget for approval. Discussion.
Thank you.
Councillor Holland, then Anderson.
Appreciate that. I just had a question. We had discussed this, and the question was raised about the STIP guidelines. And the answer was not provided at that time, and I'm not sure if anybody's had a chance to look into it yet. So that was my only question, was the STIP guidelines, do they specify that if we apply, if our application is in and we go ahead and start work without approval yet of that application, once the application is approved, if it is approved, or once it is, are we able then to apply the funds from, pardon me, the funds from that and apply it to the work that's begun?
I believe in the case, good morning, Councillor, sorry. I believe in the case of STIP funding, you cannot start the project. Or if you have anything you have spent is not available for STIP funding.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much for that clarity.
So clarity, STIP will not fund retroactive costs. Councillor Anderson, you're on deck.
Thank you. I agree with the recommended motion, with the exception that I don't believe that we should wait until the 2024 budget has been approved to start pursuing this work. I would like to make an amendment that the funding be allocated from our infrastructure reserves so that the project can be started immediately with the completion in 2024. Because this is only a portion of the project, right? We're getting it prepared so that we can still pursue construction later on. I would like to see this work funded immediately from reserves, and then the replacement project could then be considered at a later time.
Counselor Anderson has made an amendment to allocate funding from 2024 infrastructure, sorry, from 2023 infrastructure reserves to begin, so the project can begin immediately for completion in 2024. Discussion on the motion and the amendment. Counselor Mins. Counselor Holland, if you don't turn your mic off, just because you'd impact the
guess-
sound.
I guess what I'm wondering is when we discussed this last time, the numbers were thrown all around and everything. And I think the removal of the bridge, cleanup debris and riverbank estimated at 300,000. I think it was said that there's no guarantee on 300,000. It could be Lord knows what. So I'm not really in favor of throwing all of my eggs in the basket right off the hop and saying, we're gonna go do this and not have an actual number. I just don't want to see us stick our necks out so far that what if it comes in at 600,000? Are we still gonna do it, or are we gonna wait for STIP funding? Because it really bothers me that we're gonna sit here and we're gonna keep saying that we don't move unless we get STIP funding. There's no reason to start doing anything until we get STIP funding. And all of a sudden now we're kind of backtracking that we're gonna go in and start a job prior to it being funded. And that bothers me as we say we're gonna do one thing and now all of a sudden we're jumping out and we're gonna go and dump. We don't know how much money. And I just don't want to approve something and not be able to pull it back and say, no, we're not doing that.
So would there be a way to, that you would propose an amendment to get a quote on that or no? You thought to get a quote before we engage?
I would make that amendment that we get an actual hard number of what this is going to cost us prior to us doing any work due to the fact of not being able to get it under the STIP fund.
So amendment to direct administration to release a tender for the removal in 2023, completion in 2024, subject to approval by council.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna, Councillor Holland, I know you're on deck. We're gonna get everybody else in first because you've already been on, but I've got you. Councillor Mins is going to correct me, but I think he's made an amendment to direct administration to issue a tender for the removal in 2023 with completion 2024 of the bridge, subject to final approval of costs by council.
Mr. Reeve, if the administration may be so bold to suggest we go to a request for quote as
Okay.
opposed to a tender, that
Sure.
would speed up the process. We could have that information back to you for the September 12th regular meeting of council, so council can make a decision and we can move more quickly.
Councillor Mins, in terms of the semantics of your motion, does that meet your need? Okay. Okay. Discussion, Councillor Gerlich.
Yeah, is the removal and the cleanup there, something that's beyond the scope that the county can handle itself?
Director?
Yes, Counselor, I believe that would be external of our capacity.
Exactly where I want to put it.
Anyone who hasn't had a chance to speak before we loop around? So I'll say that I'm in favor of us proceeding with this on the basis that if we're going to repair the bridge, the old bridge has to go. And typically what I've observed happen is by the time we get STIP approval, in order to be in the ground and working, we rarely get in the ground the same year that we get the approval, and the cost escalations between approval and actual work, are an unknown. And so spending a little bit of money up front that's not STIP eligible is in some ways a bit of an insurance policy to help us be in a position where when we get that funding, we're more likely to be able to get rolling. So I'll come back to you and then we'll second loop around. Councillor Holland was on deck and then Councillor Gerlich is coming up hot behind.
Again, my only concern here is not being accepted, the STIP application not going through. And then we've started this work and now we're trying to figure out where we're going to come up with this from the budget, which is why I was strongly in agreement with a loan and just getting the work done, just get it in, get it done. I'd also like to add an amendment here.
Sorry, there's no amendment to be added.
Pardon me?
There's no amendment that can be.
Well, then I'd like to add a secondary motion when we're done here. And what that would mean is to protect the Athabasca Landing Trail.
So just, well, let's stay on topic and there'll be a
It's-
motion
this is
after,
part
just,
and parcel of it.
but we procedurally, you cannot add an amendment where we're at on the motion list right now. So we'll come back to that.
Thank
but
you.
Councillor Mins. Sorry, Councillor Gerlich was on deck and then Councillor Mins. I gotta check my notes.
Because I just asked short questions anyway.
Well, you're rarely first, so.
But with this, I think that if we put the investment into it, I think it'll improve our chances of getting a STIP application approved. Because we're placing the importance of completing this job and we're, we're taking proactive measures. Somehow I think it will give our STIP application more chance of being approved if we've made an investment and do put it down as a priority.
Okay, Councillor Mins.
I agree with what you're saying regarding getting in there and starting on this project and everything. I really want to see a hard number because I don't want to go in there with a number of 300,000 and then all of a sudden we find out that it's 600,000 and where are we getting the money from? All of a sudden we're pulling it out of reserves. That just makes me cringe. So I'm for the motion. I just want to have a hard number of what it's actually going to cost us to do this work. And then it's upfront and we're not sitting there saying, holy man, if I would have known that, I would have never never voted that way. So that's all I'm looking for is a hard number.
Okay, Councillor Cromwell.
Thank you. I was very in favor of replacing that bridge outright with our own funds here last time we spoke. And I stand by the fact that we need to get work going, but I think Councillor Mins is bang on the hammer. We cannot write a blank check without a little bit of knowledge. And what admin is telling us, our next meeting, we can have the information. We're not going to have a major disruption in activity between now and the first meeting of next month. I think that's very reasonable and we could still get that bridge done and get work beginning for those residents, but have a proper number in front of us. It's responsible, but the only way to go.
Thank you. Others who want a second comment? Councillor Anderson or Kapitanek? Councillor Anderson.
I'm in favor of Councillor Mins's amendment. I think as per our purchasing policy, it would have had to come back to council either way because there wasn't a hard budget number provided. It wasn't included in our 2023 budget and it's over the $25,000 limit that would have been needed anyways. But I don't think that pursuing the removal and cleaning up of the site is truly against what we've already indicated that we're willing to do. We had originally applied for STIP. Then because that was taking so long, we decided, okay, we're going to pursue step one, which is the preliminary engineering from our budget and our funds. Now we're saying, okay, well, we're still waiting for STIP. We're going to pursue the next step and try, making some progress without taking a huge hit to our budget and doing the whole project at once. We're trying to get, like Councillor Gerlich had referred to, we're investing in the project to make sure that when the STIP program looks at this project, they say, look, they're willing to invest. It is a priority and they want to actually see it done. So I think that this is the right step forward.
Councillor Kapitanek, you're on deck.
Well, I don't have much left to say. I think that we all agree that it is a priority that we take a look at moving forward with this bridge. And yes, being financially responsible is number one, and I agree, it won't take long to get those numbers back. And we wouldn't be making decisions until we had them anyway, but I really am grateful for everyone's words today, and I think that we can look forward to this project, hopefully not taking 5 or 6 years.
Sure, we'll hit everybody else first before we go to a third go, okay? Because I see Counselor Holland waving again too. Counselors. Well, no, because the other thing, remember, guys, we're going to vote. I'll give you space in between. So if it's not immediately relevant, we'll vote on the amendment. Like if it's not immediately pressing for the amendment, then we'll deal with that and then come back to comments. Counselor Chamzik or Wallach, do you have any comments on this particular amendment or the flow through?
No.
Okay. Is your comment related to the amendment, Counselor Gerlich? Or, okay, so let's deal with the first amendment. Counselor Mins has moved to amend the other amendment to issue a request for quotation to have the bridge removed in 2023, completion in 2024, subject to approval by council of the final costs. Does that make sense to everybody? They're gonna figure it out and get back to us. Do you have a question on?
I do have a quick
Yeah.
question. Administration, when that quote is being prepared, would that include the installation of some kind of barrier or road closed being put up?
No,
Now
we don't need
the-
that.
I just want to make sure that's all inclusive, right?
We already have those.
Well, they might not be as good once the bridge is gone.
I think the answer is yes, the administration is not.
Yes, all safety precautions will be taken.
So on the question of the adoption of the amendment to amend the motion to include an RFQ for removal authorization to start in 2023, completion 2024, subject to final approval of cost by council. All those in favor? That looks like 9-0, and that amendment is adopted. The Councillor Anderson made an amendment to allocate funds from infrastructure reserves to begin immediately with completion in 2024. That has now been amended to what we just approved. So basically to allocate funds from infrastructure reserves to begin in 2023 for completion in 2024, subject to an RFQ being issued and final cost being approved by council. So it's tying together. Does anybody have any comments on that one, or can we sort that one out?
It's just
Go
a
for it.
question. What is the cost so far for the pre-engineering?
That's, I think that's probably not related to this specifically, so let's
What
deal
it
with
would
that.
be in total is, so that's, we're looking for totals.
Because we've already approved the pre-engineering costs. On the question then to allocate funding from infrastructure reserves to begin in 2023 after administration has issued a request for quotation and final approval by council of costs. All those in favor? That's not opposed. You're in favor? Sorry, you're too fast. It's 9-0 and the motion's adopted. So now the main motion, and this maybe Councillor Holland is the place. Okay, cost of the. You're wondering if admin can share the cost of the pre-engineering already? I think that's later in the agenda in the in one of the updates I saw. There's a bridge number, and are you happy to just wait for that number?
Yeah, I'm happy to wait for that, but I would like to discuss in amongst removing and the work that needs to be done
Okay.
on this bridge. I would really like to get this out.
Can we go to the main motion first? Because I think what you're proposing is not related to the main motion.
Well, I guess with regards to this, as I would also like to put out a motion that Public Works or the county make sure that there are proper protection measures in place for the Athabasca Landing Trail at 654 and 223, as well as the trailhead.
Can you make the case for that after we address the subject in front of us, please? Because the main motion here is made by someone I've already forgotten, I think Councillor Capitanic. To direct administration to remove that existing structure, remove the debris, stabilize the banks for completion in 2024. And as amended now, that it comes back to we allocate funding out of the infrastructure reserves starting in 2023 after an RFQ has been issued and council's approved the final cost.
And we don't include the cost of that protection.
Well, like Councillor Holland, you can't add to the motion at this point. There's a motion on the table. So there's no way to add to it. We can come to another motion afterward. But there's been a motion, there's been an amendment to the amendment. The procedural bylaw limits it at that.
Okay,
And Councillor. Yep, final word. Well,
With-
first of all, does anybody else want to comment on this before we,
Yeah.
like, relevant to the motion in front of us? And we'll create space to talk about other stuff.
I just wanted to add that this maybe gives us the opportunity to get this work done kind of off season. Where we're not getting it done right in peak season, like. It should give us an opportunity to get a little better deal, and the sooner you get something done. The way costs are rising continually. I think there's advantages to doing it.
I support it. For the reasons we've talked about. Final word to the mover, Councillor Capitan.
In getting this project started, I have full confidence in the engineers and Alberta environment that all precautions will be taken to protect our natural resources.
On the question of the motion, does anybody want it read right now? The motion is really to direct administration to begin the process to remove the existing structure, debris, stabilize the banks, and that funding be allocated out of the 2023 infrastructure reserves only after an RFQ has been completed and brought back to council for final approval on the costs. The wording is going to be a little bit different every time, so Leah's going to have to work out the exact, but the spirit of where we're at is the same. All those in favor? There you go. The motion's adopted 9-0. Councillor Holland, you had another topic you want to bring up on this particular issue.
yes, because of that particular bridge being out, a detour is being used on the Athabasca Landing Trail, the Trans-Canada Trail. There's damage being done not only to the entrance, the access points, but being done to the trail. So I would like to see a bit more protection on those access points, both at the Collinton trailhead, as well as the access point at 654 and 223. Please.
Are you making it a motion or just a
Yes,
comment?
please.
Could you
That's
word it in the form of a motion that we can action? That would build support for the costs that are
I
not
would-
unlimited as we've just been worried about.
Right, I would like to direct administration to put in protection measures in the form of boulders on the gate wings at the entrance of the trail at the trailhead in Collinton, as well as the access point on Township 654 and Range Road 223. The boulders that are required would be on the, do you want me to go right into detail where they're required?
And just, do you have a cost limit or?
I have zero cost idea of what it would cost for Public Works to drop some boulders off in those two locations. I have zero idea.
So, Ms. Blair, can you give us a quick reading so we're all on the same, just give you a couple of seconds to, and we've got our delegation, our 10 a.m. delegation. My guess is they're outside, so we'll try to keep this.
Moved by Counselor Holland to direct administration to put in protection measure boulders at the entrance of the trail and the trailhead access point on Township Road 654 and Range Road 223.
Okay, that's what it's called.
Councillor Holland, does that reflect your
The
intent?
Collinton trailhead in Collinton and on, yeah, as long as that's specified. The two
Councillor
different
Mintz.
access.
I'm just wondering. Does it have to be boulders?
Um,
Can we not maybe put cement blocks just and a couple on top of each other just to, because they're easier to move.
Understood. The boulders also look really great in the natural environment rather than the cement blocks. That was and there are some there now. So it would just be a couple of additional ones on there on the 654 and 223. It would be on the east side, and then in Collinton, it would also be on the west side.
Yeah, I'm just thinking outside the box here. We've moved lots of boulders and they can be actually very expensive to move, just to the fact that they're hard to handle. It's, but that's just my thought is putting up a couple of cement blocks, and if we're worried about someone moving them, we can put two on there. And I think they're around $200-300 a piece, the cement blocks.
Yeah, they don't look pretty.
Well, pretty and this is just for yeah, an emergency.
So Councillor Mins, you moving an amendment to boulders or other suitable material as
Yeah.
determined by administration? Okay, CAO, you had a comment, and then Councillor Capitanic, so I was wrong here too.
No, where Councillor Mins has dealt with the issue. Thank you.
Councillor Wallach, then Chandzik. Sorry. 2, 3, 4.
Okay, prior to Councillor Min's inquiry, I was gonna ask the same thing, because if this is temporary, considered temporary, that maybe we want something done quickly, then the cement blocks would be the better option. I was going to make an amendment to perhaps have administration bring us back the cost difference between natural boulders and cement. I don't, if that would please council, I would do that second amendment, but I don't want to waste an amendment if we don't really need that. But I am for, if it was for a long, long time, yes, you know, it would look nicer, but if we need to save the trail now, getting some cement.
So let's put that, we'll hold that on pending and
Yeah,
Councillor
pen me.
Wallach, then Chandzik.
So I guess, yeah, I would like to see a cost come back, first of all, and also to be reached out to the Recreational Trails Association to see if this is necessary. I understand that you are part of that committee, but this should be coming from the association if it's coming as a request to council.
Councillor Chandzik.
I'm totally agreeing with that. I mean, especially if it's more of a permanent structure to not only enhance the trails and promote the trails. Cement barriers isn't as aesthetically pleasing, but do serve the function, but I believe we can do better. So thank you, Councillor Capitania, for bringing it up.
Councillor Cromwell. Yeah, any comments? I'm just giving you a chance because I'm trying.
I will.
Well, no, like, we gotta get cracking because I want to move this. Our delegation's waiting. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Gerlich, any comments? Okay, go for it with your mic. Oh, call the question.
I mean, the thing's gonna be blocked out. I don't care what it's blocked out.
Perfect. Councillor Anderson, do you have anything you want to add? Okay, so the amendment is speaking. Sorry.
I'd like to see a budget brought back before we proceed with this as an amendment.
Okay. Prior to proceeding.
Mr.
Budget
Reeve,
stuff.
members, council,
Yeah.
you're getting into so deep into operational details. It's causing me heartburn here this morning.
I'll tell you, there's a giant bottle of Tums in my office because
Thank you very much.
In this chair. I've
Thank
had to
you.
Acquire a case.
Administration this past summer, at the request of the trail committee, had put in some boulders. We had them in stock. It was simply loading them onto a truck and delivering them on site. There is minimal costs involved, and that cost will be incorporated into the entire project on the bridge removal. So
Coach Wall, can we leave that on the floor? Okay, so Councillor Holland, do you, in the flow of things, you want to do it? You get to speak to the final motion at the end. Do you want to leave it for that
I'll
point?
wait till then.
On the amendment to the amendment, Councillor, there's been amendment to include the language prior to proceeding administration to bring costs to county council for approval. On the adoption of the amendment, all those in favor? Opposed? Okay, the amendment is defeated, no costs, and the count on that is 4 and 5. On the amendment to the main motion that the language boulders or other suitable material be added. Is there any comments on that? Councillor Holland?
I just want to comment and reiterate that the trail is the responsibility of the county. And the costs will far exceed to repair the damages than it will to place some boulders. Those access points all currently have gates with wings on the gates. Those wings are continually being vandalized and trashed. And so the boulders at this point, rather than going back to Blue Wing and asking for a quote, the boulders are the best, in my opinion, the best answer to this, as well as this has gone through, the committee has requested as well that boulders be the choice because of the natural landscape. So thank you for your consideration.
So Councillor Minns, you can have the final word, but I mean, I guess I would like to add, because I haven't spoken to this. This is a temporary measure and, you know, we've seen nothing from the committee on this formally. It's something that's being kind of dumped on us without notes or preparation or a package or an RFD. So I'm good with cement or whatever it takes. If it's steel posts that they pound into the ground. If the goal is to make it pretty, it's one thing. If the goal is to protect the trail, it's something different, and do what makes economic sense and get on with it without micromanaging. Councillor Minns, final word.
I think you virtually just stole what I was gonna say. I didn't want to project it that it was such a hard decision to make. It was an easy decision to, you know, either put boulders or if we got to do it real quick, throw up some cement blocks and be done with it and go on. So yeah, if we're there to beautify it, sure. Let's do boulders, but it's up to administration how they do it.
On the adoption of the amendment to add the language boulders or other suitable materials, all those in favor? 9-0, the motion is, the amendment is adopted. On the main motion to direct administration to position protective measures at the gates and entrances around 654, the Collinton entrance around 654 and 223 of boulders or other suitable materials. Do we need any final discussion? Councillor Holland is the mover of the main motion. You do have final word. Yes, okay. All those in favor? Looks like we're 9-0. Your favor? 9-0, that's adopted. 5.8, that was a long one. Okay, let's take, can we hold the break to like, till we start back at 20 after? Okay, let's start at 25 after, then we're at 7 minutes. Yes, we will. Yeah. What's that? Team, I don't care. Good morning. It is 25 after 10 and I'd like to reconvene the August 31st meeting of Athabasca County Council. With us, we have a delegation from the from the Snowmobile Trails Association. And I'd like to welcome you to our meeting. So our process normally is we'll get council to introduce themselves. And then when the circle rotates to you, you can introduce yourselves and you have the floor. And once your presentation is over, there can be some question and answer or questions from council if there are any. So beginning, we have our interim CAO, Mr. Pat Vincent. We have recording secretary, Ms. Blair, the communications coordinator, Mr. Schenkelberg, and Councillor Minns.
Rob Mintz, Councillor Division 8, Baptiste Lake Island Lake area.
Good morning, and thank you for being here and welcome. Tracy Holland, and I'm a counselor for Division 5, which is east of Athabasca, which includes Jumping Deer, Amber Valley, Parkview, Paxton areas.
Hi, Kelly Chagzik, welcome. Division 7, Grassland, Atmore, and Prosperity areas.
Good morning, Camille Wallach, Division 9, north of the river.
Again, Brian Hall, counselor for the county, but also elected in Division 4.
Good morning.
Oops, sorry, wrong button.
Morning, Joe Gerlach, Division 1, area.
Good morning, Ashton Anderson. I reside in Division 3, which is the Boyle area.
And good morning, Natasha Kaptaniak, Division 2, New Pine Creek, Minook, and Collington.
And welcome, the most beautiful division left for last, far north, Wandering River, Brainat, Blue Jay areas. Thank you for being here today.
Mike Schmid, Athabasca River Runners, kind of in charge of the west trail system or east trail system, sorry, Jackfish Lake area.
And I'm Corey Jardine, the vice president of the snowmobile club, I guess.
I'm Dave Bilski, I'm trail coordinator for basically all the trails, but mainly the west trails, West Baptiste.
Good morning. I'm Chris Brooks from the Alberta Snowmobile Association. I'm the executive director of the provincial level association, supporting our hardworking clubs like the group we have here in Athabasca.
The floor is yours, please. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. I'll just start off with a little history of our club. We've been started since about 1990 for 30 plus years. We've got now, including what we're proposing here, will be about 500 kilometers of a snowmobile trail between the Baptiste Lake side and the Jackfish Lake side. And hopefully this connecting to Boyle.
You should just let them look at the map, make sure they have that in their package.
Yep. You do have a map here that I brought in a while back to show our proposed route.
Looks like it's on yellow paper.
Yeah. And I do have a couple little additions there that I added. We do have a clubhouse that's just south of Athabasca. Approximately 2 miles, or sorry, not south, west of Athabasca, 2 miles out. And yeah. And let's see what else we got going on. We have about 5 warming up shacks in all our trail systems right now. And plus that clubhouse. And we do have a shop out by Baptiste Lake also that's 40 by 70 for our grooming units, which we have 3 of now, and plus 1 snowmobile the club runs also, just for other purposes, I guess. And yeah, and also we've been part of the ASA, which has been active since 1971 also. So that's a little history about us. Now, what we are here for today is there's the Great Canadian Snowmobile Trail that goes from all across Canada, I guess. And to this point right now, it comes up to Smoky Lake and kind of ends there and picks up again on our trail system just out in the Baptiste Lake Forfar area. So we need a connection for that across our county. The only viable way I see of doing it, because of all the deeded land and farmland and fences and everything, is our proposal is to actually use some of the highway ditches and the county road ditches. Because I'm out in that Paxton area, the Township Road 660 has very nice wide ditches, and so does Range Road 204. So that would kind of connect us very nicely to 827 and Highway 55, along with 63 and 663 to Boyle. I have had discussions with Colin Durko there. He is the mayor and of Boyle and lives in Boyle, and he's active snowmobile guy, and he is in full support of the system through going through Boyle and then coming out south on Highway what do I have there? 831. Yeah. And then also, while I'm here, it's not on your maps, but because our Jackfish Lake area is very close to this proposed trail, I'd like to continue it just down Highway 55 to the east for 3 miles. And then there's Range Road 214 for 2 miles north, and that goes right into our staging area. So would like to just propose that as addition right now while we're working on this. But getting back to why we're doing this, I'll let Chris kind of talk about how this is supported by them, and we'll go from there.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I've included a package for each of you in the blue folder with the presentation that I've been making across Alberta to counties, municipalities, and most importantly with FRIA, with the forest resource industry, as they are the sponsors of this project in Alberta. There's a map in the back, second last page, that shows the scope and scale of this project. Snowmobiling in Canada is a multi-million-dollar organization across every province. Every province in Canada has connections that all lead to Athabasca, which is amazing. So we're not looking at a local project. We see this as a provincial and a national project. We're a member of the Canadian Council of Snowmobile Organizations, and we're working on this project hand in hand across the country. Right now, you can get on a sled in Halifax and you can ride to Smoky Lake, which isn't really a badge of pride. I'd rather have them ride to the BC border and continue the ride there. So we've started this project in the last few years, and FRIA is coming to the table with funds for us right now. We're route planning, we're doing land manager permission, and we're working with the province. The ASA was appointed a provincial contractor last year, and we now manage and operate the provincial snowmobile network across Alberta. This project isn't unique in that we have these projects pretty much in every county that we operate in right now. Notably, you look at our Golden Triangle system in Whitecourt, Fox Creek, and Swan Hills, where those connections bring people from across Alberta and Canada just to ride there. They trailer to Whitecourt, they unload in Whitecourt and ride the system. They're trailering and riding from Whitecourt because the trail doesn't come here yet. We've been working with the club to help them find these connections, and it's led to this day today where we need your permission and partnership to bring the trail through the county and into town. The benefits are numerous of having the sledders come into town in the winter. It builds community. It's a multi-generational activity, and it helps people put down roots. And this is the feedback I'm getting from the forest industry, is that they're supportive of this because it builds community and it keeps their workers in town, which of course is their biggest issue right now. So we certainly have support of industry. We have support of the government. We're applying to the province for this to be a single project. Similar to Trans-Canada Trail gets built at the provincial level, we're building this project at the provincial level. If you'll see on the map at the back, the circle goes around the most vital part of this connection, and that's Athabasca. We have riders from across Canada and the US phone our office every year asking how to access the trail across Alberta. Well, you can go from Cold Lake to Smoky Lake, and then you're trailering again to pretty much to Swan Hills. That's really where the connection picks up. You have an opportunity here, and the Athabasca River Runners are bringing this to you at no charge other than looking for permission to run the trail. The club right now runs about $1 million organization of their own resources, fuel, time to provide this opportunity to your residents. They're not here with their cap out looking for funding. They're looking for permission to continue to build on the work they're doing now. My contact details are in the folder. If you want to email or phone me with any follow-up questions, I can put you in touch with other county councils who have reaped the benefits of having this activity in their communities in the winter. And I'm happy to chat more. I mean, I'm paid to, but I'm happy to do it anyway, because I'm representing the work of our volunteers across the province. And it's hard to put into words the appreciation and gratitude people have for our volunteer clubs, because it's their time, their money, their sweat and their tears and their blood building these trails and maintaining them at no cost to the county. I'll go on and on. I'll stop there. The benefits for Athabasca are numerous, and it's the vital link in this project across Alberta.
Few things like to add to, which the ASA does, is this trail that we want to propose, they carry the liability on it. So well, I guess I don't know exactly what that all.
And as a provincial contractor, we are required to have provincial level commercial general liability on all our operations, which covers any landowner or county or municipality that our trails run in cooperation with. So the liability aspect is covered as well.
And a lot of the signage is supplied free of charge from the ASA. And we are proposing this as a groomed trail also, so could be groomed as much as needed. And yeah, I don't know anything else to add to that.
More importantly, who wants to go out and ride this winter? The club's happy to take you. So they're here with a route map in front of you, looking for your permission, because of course the county enjoys care and control over 3 numbered highways and has the ability to grant permission for recreational trails in the right of ways.
Are there questions from council, or is that kind of, are you ready to take a couple of questions? So
Yeah, of course.
that is one that I guess I wanted to lead with is just in terms of the ability to grant permission in the single and 2-digit highways, whose jurisdiction does that lie in? Because
To my understanding, Athabasca County does enjoy care and control over the 2 and 3 numbers in your jurisdiction. I'm happy to follow up on that.
Don't
for
tell
you.
them
These
that
are
about the
questions I
mowing.
deal with.
Okay, others, council. I have others, but Councilor Minns. Okay, no, then I was going to, I don't want to hog all the questions. So you're gonna be, running past new trail, new neighborhoods. What consultation have you done with the neighbors that you're gonna go by? What have they told you?
We haven't got there yet. I guess we want to make sure that this proposed route this was the one that makes the most sense. I've drove it. The only thing we would be doing is going over approaches to their yards and such. Now, we have trails that do that already. We have never had any issues that I understand on the west side. Where our trails are more on the Baptiste Lake side. So
Is there a plan then to, like, assuming county is fine with it, is there a plan to talk to those folks? Like, how do we?
Oh, yeah,
How do we make sure? And maybe for some of us, I don't know what kind of volume goes on your trail. I mean, if one snowmobile's going by my house a weekend, I'd feel differently than if it's 1,000.
yeah, well, I guess what we really want to see is this just to be on a controlled trail system. And then that way skidoos are just going to be on that trail most of the time instead of now they scatter everywhere and go wherever they want to. Here it would be designated trail. I don't know when it comes to the legalities of like my approach, if I have words say over it or the county does, of what goes over it or not, I'm not sure. But it's something that we definitely can look forward and talk to the people that are going to be involved with it for sure.
And I would just add, your Chamber of Commerce would probably be happy to see 1,000 sleds coming in on the weekend.
Councilor Minns, then Councilor Cromwell.
Morning. It's, I know I've driven the trails out west and you guys do an amazing job. It's great and I love the trails and that. So just wondering, you said the connection was actually down in Whitecourt. Is the connection not actually at the River Runner's house? They can still hit the Golden Triangle from there.
100%.
Yeah. So
Once they get here.
once they get here, yeah. No, and I totally understand that. I just with the grooming of the trails and everything regarding the ownership and the road allowance crossing approaches and that, if they get filled in and that, whose responsibility is it to clean the culverts out and all that? Because I know there could be issues with that, with water drainage and stuff like that.
And those aren't new issues. We deal with that across the province every season. It's always in coordination with whoever the local land authority is. A lot of times the county wants them cleared, other times they don't. So always working with the local authority as to their wishes.
Okay,
Of course, it's not our land we're taking possession of. We're working in partnership with the lands.
And I do know that we, on our west trails, we do have some culverts. And we haven't had any problems like that. And I kind of do watch when I groom and that, where the culverts are to not hit culverts. Making sure you got a snowpack over them. Basically, the water seems to melt that snow out in a hurry. I mean, I guess maybe you've noticed even on number 2 highway going west at the dip there. Before Albert Edwards, we filled that in a few years and when the water starts running, it takes that snow out in a hurry. Like nobody's ever had to go dig it out with a hoe or, so. The snow gets packed when you're grooming, but the stuff underneath isn't that packed and it washes out underneath and then. That, as of yet anyways, it hasn't been a problem.
okay. Does Alberta Transportation have any issues with you running on the main highways?
Not on the 1 numbers, obviously not. In 2 numbered highways, we have some access in some locations.
Oh, okay.
They prefer us organizing and channeling the activity rather than having guys running the right of ways or down the middle for sure. They prefer to work with us.
Hang on. You guys do an amazing job.
Thank you. One thing I'd like to say is, at this point, our trail system kind of starts around that Fort Far area or Baptiste Lake. So this is actually to just even to connect Athabasca to there also. Because right now there is, I mean, I'm just trying to get this all done properly. Right now, you can take your Skidoo and drive wherever you want. It's probably not legal, but I mean, that's happening every year now. So we just want to get a designated trail. And it'll be groomed and marked. And I mean, we'll make it, you know, try to make it as safe as possible instead of, I know places now where you go along the highway and there can be a bad hole or something and it gets hit and people get hurt. But I mean, this way it gets to our best ability to become safer.
Yep.
So.
Right on. Well, thank you.
Because right now it's, well, you've ridden out west. On 812 is where the trail system picks up right by 3 miles south, I guess, isn't it? 2 miles south.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's that stretch between there and the clubhouse in town. That's still a void.
That would encompass this, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
we did get permission way back when from at the 9 mile corner to go the half a mile west and then south for 2 miles. That then provincially, the government took over them roads.
Yeah.
Till today, nobody's ever said anything. And yeah, we've used the ditch from Athabasca to all the way west and we've groomed it. And I've had RCMP go by and they'll wave to you. And I mean, everybody's seems to be happy. It would like to see it all in place. And once you get a trail, you can't, you always have idiots out there. I guess you could call it. But you know how you'll see somebody on a sled will shoot up to the road and bounce back down and whatever. Once you get a groom trail, the majority of them stay on it. There's always guys that play around and I mean, it's like a road, you know, everybody drives the speed limit and a couple drive 150 miles an hour. It's just how it is. What do you do? You know, so. But I do think people are. It's a lot better than when we first started. It took a long time to get people to realize what a groom trail was versus thinking I can go where I want. You can't tell me what to do, but hey, just because of that, I mean, our membership is growing from about 6 people at the first meeting to, I think we're about 275 this year, which is pretty good for us. I mean, it's put us probably, I don't know, 3rd or 4th maybe for size in Alberta, which is, yeah, we're quite happy.
Oh, perfect.
And I mean, the ASA came to us to try to figure this problem out. And then I guess it's been up like 15 years now that we've been trying to figure something out. And Dave kind of asked me because I live on this side and how do you get across deeded land from here to Boyle and fences and stuff? And I just don't see, I mean, we could have 90% of the farmers or landowners on our side and then you get 10% and then it can't happen. So this way here, it just seems like we don't have to deal with people other than approaches that we're going to cross over and such. I mean, at this point, I didn't know what the legalities are with, you know, sure, if my approach was there, I'd want to know about it and stuff, but can they stop us, whatever? I don't know. Like that's why we're here, I guess, and what we can and can't do, but I don't see any better option out there to do it other than we just scrap the whole thing and it never happens, which I don't want to see.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think Athabasca wants to see that either, but but open the questions and we'll try answer everything we can.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Councillors Cromwell, Anderson, Kapatanik.
Thank you very much. A few of my questions were answered about liability. Still want to know a little bit about how the approaches will be dealt with. And I would really like to know what the residents along that trail feel. This is going to be a new section of your trail, which I support. Don't get me wrong here, but it's new. You're going to have a whole world of people that go, hey, we haven't done that yet. And the traffic that can come, especially year 1 and 2, can be unprecedented compared to regular years of traffic. And the ratepayers that own those homes and that property need to have a say in that traffic being brought to their door. And I think that public consultation in that is paramount to be fair to the landowner, be fair to the ratepayer and go, this is what we want to do. Here's how we're going to deal with your approach. This is what issues may come. Here's how we're covered for liability, and that will bracket onto your approach. So you're not liable when that one buffoon that you talked about runs into the side of mom's SUV on her way to get the kids to the school bus. I think there's a few things that need to be figured out. I definitely support the program, but I have questions that are remaining right now based on the presentation.
And that's why the club is here before you today, is to get your direction. If you support this, then the next step obviously is you work with the club and myself to do the public consultation you feel is required. And we work with you at the provincial and the local level to fulfill whatever you think is necessary.
Right now, I'll have to just ask Rob here. I think you've seen what we have done over approaches already in the past grooming. So, I mean, it would be similar to that. We don't push extra snow on their driveway. It's just basically pulled off each way to make a greater incline or better incline to cross over. So, other than that, we're just to our best ability. Grooming, we don't want to make a mess of any sort. But just the traffic wise, I don't know. I know with anything in life, you're gonna have people that are gonna hate it and not, but how do we deal with it? I don't know. So.
Okay, Councillor Anderson, you had a question.
Thank you. Could you possibly talk a little bit more about the actual construction and implementation of the trail, like what your timelines are and what all it would entail? Is there any grading involved? Is it just, the grooming of the actual trail line once it's, your signage is up and everything goes? And ideally, if we were to be on side, how long would it be before residents could expect to see this actually implemented?
I'm looking at possibly this winter. It could be almost completed. I mean, signage just has to go up, which is kind of easy to do because you can drive the whole unit with a pickup and deal with it that way. The ditches, I did look to the odd places. You might have to come up on the road to get across a creek, or we fill in a creek if possible with snow just for the time. Whatever makes more sense and is safer. And I've looked at the ditches. We're only going to stick to the ditches that the groomer can get down and with nice level access and such. So everything looks good that way. I don't really think there's needs to be really any construction done. It's just signage and picking the best route. And yeah,
It's important to know a snowmobile trail is built with snow. We're not moving dirt. So whatever the ground is, we pack it and groom it flat and level. It melts in the spring. Let's go.
Councillor Capuchin.
Thank you. More of a statement than a question, but our strategic plan was put out to the public and has been accepted and adopted, and a document that we refer back to now daily. And under pillar 1, strengthening our economy, number 4, increase tourism potential tactics, promote Athabasca County as a destination for outdoor recreation, work with community organizations to develop a winter tourism plan. These are priorities for council. And so I appreciate your time in coming today. And I also want to say that the reputation of your club over the last 30 years precedes your presentation. So I would encourage in our conversation later that we remember that the volunteers who have built this to be where they're at this point fall right alongside pillar 1 of our strategic plan. Thank you very much for coming today.
thank you very much.
Councillor Holland, do you have a question?
Thank you. I have a few questions and thank you so much for your presentation. It's really informative. Just curious, you mentioned the highway roadways. Do you have a letter of permission from the Alberta government to use 55, 827, 63, 663? Do you have that in play already?
If those are roads under your care and control, that would come from you folks, not from the province.
And I don't believe 827, 663 or 60 or 63 are, and I don't think 55 is either.
Okay, if
So
they're
it
not,
would-
then I am working with transportation on
Okay.
all sorts of projects.
Okay.
I don't see that as an issue.
Okay, so that's something we still need to see. All right, I appreciate that. 204 has some pretty tight areas with brushing, with what do you see as that being a hindrance? You see that being an issue? Do you see people popping up onto the road because of it?
Well, where I did see the tight areas, the opposite side of the ditch is fine, and it's not like we're crossing 10 times in that one route. I looked, I might be crossing 2 or 3 times at
Okay.
most. So then it would just be signage and the grooming would then go on that side until till I had to go to the other side. So I'm not really crossing more than I need to, just but I drove it and I know we had talked about other routes too.
Yeah.
And just this one just looked more direct and easier and yeah, just kind of the shortest distance between 2 places and it looked very doable. Even from a couple of years ago, and I went and drove it again here not long after our first meeting here and just to confirm, and yeah, it makes the most sense that way. So I mean, and I know the county's always doing this too. You guys are always cleaning your ditches up, and when you do, then it's perfect for us. So I know, you know, moving forward.
Maybe it'll get cleaned.
It should just get easier instead of harder.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah. And I mean, and I totally get where you're coming from. I guess when we mentioned Athabasca County as you know, helping with the economy of Athabasca County. I'm curious because you mentioned, okay, I'll kind of run it through this a little bit. You mentioned Smoky Lake was the end, well, Besetna I thought was correct. Okay, and when I was looking through maps, Alberta TrailNet shows a winter trail halfway to Boyle from Besetna. So do you know if there's any
The
talk?
TrailNet map shows non-motorized roads. It doesn't show a motorized road at this point.
This one on the TrailNet one that I was looking at was a winterized one.
Yeah.
And that's non-motorized, you're telling me that's not
At this
motorized?
point in time, yeah, that shows like dogs and whatever, winter travel, but that's not a snowmobile route. at this point
Okay.
in time.
So I guess more than anything, we're eliminating our hamlets in this. So we're talking Boyles municipality and Athabasca municipality, which is awesome, right? That is excellent for economy, but to consider Athabasca County's economy, I was wondering, we can go from grassland to Poacher's Landing to the Jackfish Lake trails. Why is that not something that is, because it's way prettier than, I'm gonna use the term ditch banging.
Yeah.
And we're going through several residents on 660, we're going through livestock areas, we're going through all of that. Whereas if we could take people to the prettier parts of our county rather than a heavy residential busy roadway, what stopped you from going that direction?
I'll let them address the local, but typically when we're building new routes, we build a spine and then feeders. So we find the route of least resistance through, and then we'll build out to other opportunities.
Okay, okay, no, and I appreciate that, because I can see a vision of coming from Besetna to Boyle to grassland, and all's well. I don't know if you were aware, but Lac La Biche County is also running a current study on coming from Lac La Biche to Smoking.
We're
and
working with.
Okay, perfect. So that would be awesome to have a complete regional approach to
Absolutely.
this.
And this is
and-
sort of how the Golden Triangle started.
Right.
Fox Creek. We
Right,
found those feeders and then it grew out from that.
okay.
And then better routes were found over time and it evolved. and matured.
Okay, because if there's already these existing routes, because I mean, when you say you can't really load up, you have to load up at, over this direction and skip us all. Poacher's Landing is beautiful. The Jackfish Lake trails are gorgeous. Like, you guys do an amazing job. And so I would like to see, and as it mentions in some of your documentation, is that you try and work with existing trails. And as well, the Great Canadian Snow Show is amazing. And I think that would be fantastic to completely finish it. One of Canada's, something we can be very proud of. And I think that the county can almost do better than be only in ditches. I would really like to see,
Couldn't agree more.
right? A real big dream on that. And it is a dream that I would like to see that encompasses those areas and then takes off again uses grassland maybe as a staging area. And then we go up to Wandering River and then on to Fort McMurray. I just see such a bigger picture. Yeah.
Couldn't agree more.
Problem we have here, I think more in Alberta right now is, and Saskatchewan has trails galore, but they're able to groom the ditches and go wherever you want to. So that makes for a very easy trail. Yeah, I'd love to see this differently, but they need to get from where they want to Athabasca now. From there, yeah, like I said, I want to add this little bit of in here to get to the Jackfish Lake staging area along the way, or even to connect at least our east to west side, which is only actually a 5-mile stretch here with Highway 55 to 214. And we do have, and we've had Poacher's Landing, that Rex thing has been ongoing problem here the last few years. But the government had come to us to hook a trail up to them. But even at that point, things don't get easy, and you still, even though you want to skidoo from here to Poachers, you still have people's private land that you might have to go across, or there's still a lot of hurdles, and we'll get there. Even with Colin Durko, and I think Mr. Johnson there, Travis Johnson, they're working and they want to get a whole trail system through Skeleton Lake, because I mean, and that's the problem with it happens now. There's trails out there, but they're not advertised, they're not marked, they're not actually trails. They're just people know where to go when they go that way.
Yeah.
And you're still crossing over people's land that, you know, most of them don't have a problem with it, or if they do, they put up fences or say no trespassing or what have you. But once you get the ASA involved, and then there's liability, and people know that, like, sometimes they don't still want skidoos going across because I might get sued or whatever. But once like that come right down to poker alleys, there used to be one every weekend in the county of Athabasca. And then liability come in, well, no community clubs would have them anymore.
Right.
Well, now we're good with the Snowmobile Club for years now, because the ASA, it's all trails and they cover the liability.
Yeah.
So it's a shame that's how it come, but I think that's one of the biggest hurdles now we have is liability. Like going over the approaches, I don't, we'll do the best we can to do it. Like I said, our trail systems, we're gonna, you know, they're great shape and everything, but you're not dealing with people up there, so it's easy.
Exactly.
But now we're dealing with something different, and I have no other way of trying to figure it out. And this is the only one I come up with, and the only one we have to deal with is county, and I guess approaches that we got across.
Right.
So,
And there's so many more approaches on Paxton, rather than if we're stuck on the coming up 204. You didn't think going, because the other point about it too is for the county. Again, I'm thinking for the county rather than the other municipalities, because this is our main priority. We're missing out on historical points. So for example, Amber Valley, if we go through Paxton, we miss that altogether. We miss the historical point for the Ferguson School. So there's those types of things that if we're really bent on making sure that our economy and our tourism is also being looked at, that I would like to see more of that incorporated as well. So are you completely opposed to considering, if this is the route that is chosen, maybe altering it a little bit and heading towards the Flat Lake compressor station, and then coming up 201 and then heading down? And that way you've incorporated 3 historical areas. And we may even be able to work with, because I understand there's no warming or staging areas or warming areas planned on this route, that maybe the Amber Valley Cultural Center and that yard become, you know, a staging area. Fire pits are there, you know, just looking for enhancements, right? And I'm not sure if that's.
well, what I would honestly like to see is if this can go through, and then if we can, like, a feeder to Amber Valley or whatever, then that's easy to head to Amber Valley, and even then can hit Jackfish Lake trail system again
Well,
through there.
this is what I'm saying, but
Yeah.
instead of, because it's so less populated, going that direction, rather than way less approaches, way less culverts, way less of those concerns. And 660 is busy. It's a busy road, and to have now having to navigate snowmobiles coming in and out of the road, the safety concerns are there. So my last question before, I'm sure someone else would like to speak, in other municipalities that you're running through these residential areas, I've noticed, like in Whitecourt, I believe it is, there's speed zones. So if you're going past a resident or you're going past livestock, it's 20 kilometers per hour. How is that enforced?
That's a municipal ask and request that we follow.
Right, and then so it's up to the municipality to try and enforce that.
Well, we post it and we self-police, but we don't have authority to take it obviously.
Okay.
Peer pressure in the snowmobile community is strong.
I appreciate your presentation information. Thank you so much.
Councillor Johnson.
First of all, I would like to say thank you. Pretty cool to see you and get a little history lesson on your guys' club. Sorry. One of the things that I'm kind of wondering about, as well as, you know, in the past, when you've made these agreements and whatnot with landowners, what were the main issues that you guys have came into? And what are you proposing with the routes taken that will be those issues? I think it's really, really commendable that you guys are working with other municipalities and other trail groups to come up with a great plan. And I love the idea of recreation and multi-generational growth in our communities. I like the direction that Councillor Holland also brought, bringing it outside to historical points of interest, or hamlets, so on and so forth. And I think it's a really great direction to be going to. So if you don't mind me asking, what are some of the major hurdles that you guys have came in the past seen? You guys got a couple decades under your belt.
Sure. I'll start at the provincial level. Many of our trails across the province are on agricultural land. And more often than not, our local clubs are coming to the landowner with a solution. Because there's already people cutting the fences or running over winter crops. So we offer them a channel, a directed recreation. We cover the liability for the landowner for any issues that arise. And we're working with them to find a solution for local opportunities and problems at the same time. So more often than not, it's the club approaching the farmer and saying, you know, there's a lot of sleds in the area and we're running a trail system through. Where would that trail work best for you? Not, they don't always want it, so we'll find another path. But we do cover any liability for the landowner, same as we would for the county and for the province on provincial trails. So we come forward usually bearing a solution. Locally, I don't know, do we have a lot of private land trails in the area?
No, we don't have very much. We do have agreements signed. We just go about 3 or 4 different people. We cross their land. So far, we haven't had trouble. Basically, the majority of sleds stay on the trail. We have one field that it goes crazy on a poker alley. Guys are all over the field, but nobody said anything to us yet. Hey, what do you do? I mean, no, really, we haven't had any trouble that way yet. So, but we don't have a whole bunch of landowner agreements because our basic trails out west are basically all on crown land. There's a little bit on private land. Jackfish Lake is very similar. Most of it's on crown land, so you know, we're just trying to tie everything together now, and yeah, as of yet, we're still good, but. And as for the highways or the approaches, we normally what we do, it would either be stop signs or yield signs put up. And I don't know what people want, if they really want you stopping at every driveway or just a yield sign, because a stop sign at every driveway, pretty soon people aren't going to stop. We know that. So maybe slow them down, and speed signs and yield signs are probably the best.
And crossing the highways, we do follow the provincial regulation. Stop sign, we only cross at a 90-degree angle.
Councillor Gerlich or Wallach, do you have any follow-up questions? Councillor Gerlich, floor is yours.
Yeah, I imagine approval now would only be the beginning, because what you're looking for is to make the connection. And I haven't ridden this sled for many, many years, but I never did get that much enjoyment out of driving down the ditch. But you're always looking for someplace else to go. So I am imagining that once the trail is punched through, then you'll be looking at enhancements, taking different routes, improving it, getting it more aesthetic and whatever. So really what you're looking for is just to make the connection. And things will probably be ongoing and will improve into the future.
I never enjoyed riding the ditch either, especially at night because of obstacles and stuff. But once we mark it and groom it, then it'll be a whole different experience, because half the time in ditches, you're just going wherever you think is going to be good, and sometimes it ain't. But once we groom it, then it's, I mean, you don't have no scenery as such, but I mean, Paxton Road isn't terrible, but I mean, I've skidooed way other different or worse places that's all they got, you know, you just use what you got. So, this is it's a solution to get between. I don't think there is a nice route really between Boyle and Baptiste Lake anyways. Unfortunately, it's all farmland or might be a swamp lake, but we can't groom a swamp lake to get across. It's not safe. And it's all over the place. So this just makes the safest possible route that we can do. And that's the only thing I can come up with to get this to happen. So, and then you will have people I mean, this is gonna work as a connector. McMurray's trying to connect to Lac La Biche or Athabasca. Lac La Biche is trying to connect up to us. So this could all happen. And if this can work and it's not an issue, you're gonna see us back asking for other, routes to use. I mean, it's just to get to those nice places, but unfortunately, this is what we have to do to get those things to happen. So, I mean, the Athabasca River is beautiful to sled on too, but it depends if you're confident with it or not, or if you grow up next to it like I did, it's not a problem, but it's just what you're comfortable with. But when you got a marked trail, then, that should be fine and then you're good, should be safe. So.
Thanks.
I think you guys, there's certainly a good opportunity in the region and the idea of the spine and feeder is really appealing. And I guess I just want to clarify, when I look at your map, because I've not seen this before, all the purple lines, these are the feeder trails that are in your.
Correct. Yeah.
That's what that represent. Okay. So some areas it's sort of just like a traveling trail and others there's sort of a network of loops and adventures, and you can have this one after David.
I have lots.
We should have actually brought our river runners map. And I see there is some out front on your board out there, but it does show all our trails. And yeah, I mean, the only thing I have to say is we do have to watch what kind of ground we cover. We just bought a new to us snowcat for this year to add to the fleet. We paid $180,000 for it. So we obviously don't want to be on where it gets sunk in muskeg or water. Insurance isn't cheap. And I mean, these are the things we're doing. I'm not asking anybody for money. It's our own fundraising that has done it all. And
It's pretty amazing.
yeah, so
I think Councillor Holland might have had a follow-up question and just being conscious of the time, Councillor Holland and Councillor Mins, and then maybe we'll find out.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Just quickly about the liability. You mentioned you have liability insurance, but how does that tie in with landowners occupiers liability?
It complements.
It complements it. So the landowner still is held liable under occupiers.
As always in any lawsuit, yeah, you can sue
Okay.
anybody for anything, but with
Right.
our provincial contract, we're the first point of contact with it.
Okay. And if I may, just Athabasca, is it correct that Athabasca has taken away the going through the alleyways? Is it, I was reading that on your website. That there isn't that connection anymore.
No, we did a proposal to town council last year and we actually have it written in the bylaw now
Okay.
to use town again.
Oh, okay. So that little blurb on your websites just needs.
Yeah.
And there's signs.
Just needs an update. Okay, perfect. I just was curious.
Yeah,
about
no, we did a full presentation and town council is on board.
that. Okay,
And we now have 2 routes through town from the south and then an east-west route.
okay. All right, perfect. Thank you. Last question, the bylaws again. Other communities are saying, okay, our trail, there's no riding from or starts December, ends in March. You have to be off the trail by 11 PM. Are you seeing a lot of that as well? In
Town by
Dallas?
town, county by county, whatever you
Whatever
feel
you
is
choose.
necessary, that's what we abide by.
Awesome. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Councillor Mins.
Yeah, just I want to thank Mike for a little shot there about cleaning our ditches and taking some trees out. And regarding to that question about I've seen what Mr. Bilski has done out there with the snowcats and that and grooming and he does an amazing job. Dave, you do a great job out there and that I haven't had the occasion yet to come out to Jackfish Lake, but I'm 100% sure that Mikey will do the same amazing job of grooming. So I want to thank you guys for bringing this up to the county and it's a great project.
We did have some appreciation from the firefighters this spring from our marked trails and that out there they're using to go
Oh,
fight
yeah.
fire. So,
Yeah,
yeah, so it helps in other ways too. I mean,
Yeah. and the signage is great.
So next steps are, this item is up for discussion later in the meeting. And council will either make a decision or table to a future meeting for more information and to make a decision later. But the council discussion among council occurs a little bit later today. And you're welcome to stay if you can stay awake. You can be here as long as you want, or watch it on Zoom if you're having trouble staying awake. Or just catch it on the YouTube thing later, but it is on the agenda for addressing later.
And please feel free to reach out to me for any follow-up or any questions.
I just wanted to add one thing. Like we were saying right at the start, to make that connection between Boyle and Athabasca is crucial to the Great Canadian Trail. To join them two towns somehow, whatever direction. What we've noticed in the past, and that's kind of addressing what you had said about hitting all the areas. If we do get it connected to the staging area for the Jackfish Trail, that would be step one. Getting to grassland, like to try and do it all in one shot is very big reach probably, versus if we can just make this one connection, then expand
Build out from
and build out from it. It's a way easier way just from past experience trying to do stuff. Just wanted to add that to reiterate it. So
Councillor Gerlich's going to add the final comment and then we'll take a short break.
It's not a comment, it's a question. Have you had areas where you've gone along the ditches and tried it for winter and there was a backlash to it where people had buyer's remorse and regretted this happening, or?
Sorry, I missed the first part of what you said.
Well, say we were to grant you permission to do this and for the next winter, we've had a lot of complaints and people are very unhappy with it being done. Have you run into situations like that where?
Really no, but we've had situations where they've asked us to reroute it and work together to find another avenue of travel. We're always happy to do that.
Okay.
But we've never been in a situation where it's been revoked outright. It just hasn't happened.
Okay, good. Thank you.
We have groomed ditches before, from Athabasca to Forfar. I don't know, we've never had any complaints, have we?
No, and we use Forfar Hall as the staging area now. We have one at West Baptiste. We also use Forfar and it has made it a lot better we have a lot of people from the city coming out. So on weekends, there can be anywhere from a couple of trucks and trailers to 25 parked at the hall unloading sleds, and we'll groom the trail out to the hall, which is from the hall to the trail, which is I guess a mile and a half of 2 miles really of county ditch, and guys are on the trail and seem to do good. It goes by a couple of guys' places and nobody's ever complained about it.
One of them's your place.
No, mine is the third place. I'm in favor of it, so I'm not gonna complain.
I want to thank you for spending the time with us again. Appreciate you being tolerant of our late start with the presentation, but certainly it's been informative. And there's lots to think about. And, you've definitely highlighted the opportunities and some alignment with the strategic plan. And like I say, I know our group will engage in a vigorous discussion and reconnect with you with questions or with follow-up.
And just one other thing, Smoky Lake is working on their way to Boyle on that trails part. So that's why we're saying basically Boyle in that general area right in there. And then Smoky Lake is doing stuff to get to Boyle. So
Nice. So different club takes that piece.
Yeah.
Perfect. Cool.
so it is being worked on from both sides, and if it gets completed, well, great.
Thank you for the work you're doing in our community. Council, let's take a break to reconvene at 20 minutes past 11. Thank you for being here. August 31st County Council meeting at 11:25 a.m. The next item of business on your agenda is number 5.9 on page combination of 93 and the supplement that was forwarded. There's a recommendation the council select a date. Is there anyone willing to move a motion? Councillor Minns.
I guess I'd move the motion, the recommended motion. There isn't really a recommended motion, but I think
There was a supplement that was in your mailbox and circulated. The council
Okay.
select the 26th or the 27th. I think you could pick one of those and
okay, yeah. Yeah, the council select the 26th or 27th of September for a council road tour.
which one do you want to narrow it down to one?
Okay, I'll narrow it down to the 26th.
Or what? If we select one or the other, that's not direction, that's.
Yeah.
Right. Director,
My apologies, council. We have had word yesterday that your MPC meeting is going to be extensive for the 26th.
Oh.
So the likelihood of seeing very much, I apologize, on the 27th is not, is your only option.
And I recommend we go to the 27th.
so Councillor Mins has moved that council set the 27th of September for a council road tour. Is there any discussion? Councillor Kapitanek.
Prior to making this commitment, I am concerned that we were not brought any costs associated with this endeavor. What budget it's coming out of. I do see the historical value in the road tour idea. Councils of the past may have not had the opportunity to use technology the way we do, and I find it hard to believe without seeing the numbers that it would be more efficient to send all our staff and all our counselors out for an entire day with transportation than to just have admin prepare what I would like to say is a good slideshow of these opportunities and these places that they want us to see and descriptions, and do a presentation to council that could be done within an hour at one of our meetings. I don't see value added by spending the entire day out on the road and taking everybody out there. Again, though, that is without seeing any numbers. And up until today, this being on our agenda already, I find it interesting that we don't have a cost associated with the renting of the bus, the admin time, the preparation time. And then I'll just add in all of the time that council is being taken away from their regular job. And that's just a statement. I'll be voting against this motion.
Other comments, Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I had a question about the historic practices, I guess, of the council road tour. One thing that was kind of brought to my attention is I've heard for years, I guess, living on the east side of this county, that only people who live in the Athabasca or West mattered in this county. And I don't agree with that. And I don't think that this council has ever actually expressed anything like that. But when I looked at the map, a lot of the stuff is on the west side. And that's just the way it ended up. And it's not being done on purpose, I'm sure. But was it historically that they tour more of the west side one time and they do the east the next? Or is it just we're going to pick what we can try to get to in one day? Because I don't think you could actually tour the entire county in one day. That would not be a meaningful stop or discussion about any of the points. So I was just kind of wondering if there was intent to do one side and then the other, or if this just trying to think of time where you could actually stop in one day, and it ended up that they were just all closer to one side or the other.
Administration or?
Thank you, Councillor. The points of interest are only recommended points from administration. We don't have a designated route regarding where you would want to see if you were to go on the tour, because we didn't have a date, and we don't have costs associated because we didn't know exactly how many people would be going. So therefore the bus or a county truck could have been an option. In the case of seeing the whole county in one day, definitely agree. This would be an extensive route with zero conversational ability. And of course, administration is always willing to bring back a slideshow. We had already cut down the cost of administration, as in not sending all of the required staff. We were going to just stay in contact via text and, we're going to be at this point at this time, be there. So those were the cost accommodations we were able to come up with, but in actual cost, we do apologize. There was too much missing information for us to provide anything.
Councillor Minns, you had your hand up?
Well, for the what used to happen, I think I don't want to steal any thunder from Councillor Gerlach. because- So maybe do you want to delve into that?
Councillor Gerlach.
Yeah, like I did spend 4 terms on council in the, as I said before, the previous century. And we went on a road tour basically, and most of the time it was a 2-day road tour to cover all 9 divisions. And we looked at the projects that were done and the projects that were proposed and conditions that really helped. And basically the councillor all put in suggestions of what they wanted looked at in their division. And I found it to be the most worthwhile time that we spent. It brought back the greatest benefit of virtually anything that the council did. Because you can't do it with the slides. I brought in a whole raft of pictures to show, and they don't indicate much. They're just pictures. They don't, you got to see it. You got to be there. You got to see what's going on. And if there are errors made, they don't show themselves up in a slideshow. You got to look at it. You got to be out there. And again, it's the most worthwhile time we spent. And if some people are not interested in going, then just don't go. But I think it's the most worthwhile venture we could, the most beneficial time we could spend would be on a road tour. Because I mean, I've had lots of concerns with projects that have been done, and you got to see it.
Councillor Chanzik.
I've had the great opportunity to go on a mini tour with Into the Deep South, and I found it to be a very good experience. Just having the ESB tour as well, I personally found great benefit of being there. I don't think a slideshow could have done justice for myself. I'm a visual learner, and I like the approach of being there as well. As being municipal councillors of all divisions, I think it's an important thing to be out in our communities and being able to also showcase some of the great work that has been done as well.
Councillor Wallach, then Councillor Holland.
Just time wise, speaking to the ASB tour, we stopped at 4 places in 8 hours. So I don't know how many days this is going to take us to travel. And it was just in Division 4 and in Boyle. So not even traveling to the outskirts of the county. It was informative to go out on that tour, but I think honestly, a slideshow and a presentation would have been just as good. So, and I'm not available on either of those days, so.
Councillor Holland.
Thanks very much. I really appreciate this. This is huge. This is a big job that was put together. So thank you very much to administration for doing this. I do think that councillors should have a little bit more input to what they see in their division. So I think that's something we can talk about. I think personally, the benefits of a road tour are massive and really informative and educational for our councillors to go out and see what's actually in our community, where it is, how it operates, who it affects, who it doesn't, on and on. So I think that this is an absolute, this should be mandatory. Personally, is what I think, that we do this. The costs associated, we have a county van. It's for councillor use. So I can't see that cost being anything really more than fuel and a driver's time. And if we're worried about a driver's time, I'm sure we can figure that out. I think that the benefits are way more than the little bit of expense and the time that it takes to do this. So thank you very much for putting this together. I am full in support of it, although I do think we need 2 days.
Okay, in terms of Councillor Cromwell, any comments?
Nothing that hasn't been said. I think this is great, and I look forward to taking the road tour.
Okay, In another, area of my life, I do some traveling and looking at things, and the 25 stop day is, you guys are gonna need hotels, luggage. This is not a 1-day trip, and it might not even be a 2-day trip. And so while I am disappointed to not have had some input into some of the stops, because I think, we want to talk about first what administration thinks we should see. There's some stuff maybe council thinks we should see, and then filter out what ultimately is on the list, because not every suggestion that, Councilor Gerlich makes is something we can hit, or that I make. There might be similar projects that we both list, that one of them will suffice. But I think to me, it feels like it's rushed, and we're doing it for the sake of being able to check a box. And so while I think there's value in seeing firsthand the work of the county, for me, this is really a little bit too time rushed. And I think we also need to distinguish between, being available and being interested, and not to be critical of each other if you're not available. I mean, trying to coordinate 9 schedules, and trying to coordinate Christmas dinner with my 2 siblings is challenging, let alone trying to figure out, an unplanned day for all 9 of us to organize. And nothing stops us from driving around and looking at stuff in the county. I travel all the time and all over the place, and always am trying to observe the work that's going on. So for me, the concept is good, the timing is not, and I'm committed on any of the dates so far proposed, and I'm unable to attend, but also I in terms of the current format, I can't support what's in front of me. Councillor Kapitanek, you want a second go?
I would like to make an amendment to the motion.
Okay. I'm ready to write it down.
It would be the will of council to pass the motion that a full cost breakdown be reported after with departments and budgets where the monies come from. So our ratepayers know.
Councillor Kapitanek moved that subsequent to the tour, that a full cost breakdown be reported to council after for transparency. Further discussion? No talk, you want to vote? Okay, Councillor Minns, you have the floor.
I guess the biggest thing is I know it feels like it's rushed, but it's not the first time that we've discussed road tours. And it just kept going on the back burner and going on the back burner, and now some people feel like it's rushed, and really it isn't. I think we've been asked by administration maybe what we kind of want to see. They just picked places that possibly might be good to look at, and then we can discuss it when we discuss the road tour. My idea, I've been on a few road tours with my background with the county, and it doesn't take all administration to go on a road tour. It usually was either the director of infrastructure or the designate that went out on a road tour, and that's a great idea, that if there's something, with the understanding that the infrastructure director doesn't have a lot of knowledge of what's going on out there. Yes, you do need to bring in some of the employees to explain what's happening depending on where we go. But they don't have to ride with us. They meet us there. That's a great idea. Just meet us there real quick and be gone, right? So and it is a great experience. If you're ever wondering why, when, where, and how jobs or projects get looked at and discussed and figured out, that is the perfect opportunity. Division 9 up there at Shawstacks. The perfect opportunity right now is for council to understand anything about drainage, is to go up there and look at it prior to the job being done, and then go back out there again and look at that job and just see what has happened to understand it. Getting a slideshow, yeah, that's also a really great idea, but hands-on is the best way to learn. So I'm all for the road tour. Can we do it in a day? No, it was always a 2-day road tour. Always. And there was great experiences with conversation. Back to the ASB road tour, we actually had great conversation with the landowner. As far as I care, a very conservation landowner that he it was just a great experience. So I think the road tour is very much on the go here.
Mr. Reeve, if I might
may.
be permitted to speak. When I joined the organization on April 3rd, one of the outstanding items was for administration to organize a road tour. There was a standing, there'd been a motion or some direction. Mr. Daphne and myself had started on that, and we brought it forward at a meeting in May. And for the reasons that he left the organization, we couldn't proceed at that particular time. So when Mr. Cusio joined us as the interim director, it was passed along to himself. And again, it took some time for him to get orientated and bring it forward. Finally, we have Jocelyn with us, and we're able to move forward. And my apologies, but delays were unavoidable in my particular opinion. This map is only the starting point, not the final agenda. I wasn't about to present the council a blank map and say, now point, where we're going and, let's develop a plan. So it's certainly a suggestion, a starting plan from the administration's perspective. We have plenty of time between now and September 27th to be able to incorporate the wishes and the projects that council members themselves identify, to refine it, to come up with a schedule. And certainly it's very ambitious. I've organized numerous road tours throughout my career, and I know how time consuming it is, but how important it is to show different projects, the success that we've enjoyed and what needs to be done in the future. Certainly 2023 will go down as a 1-day road tour simply because of timing, but certainly in the future with advanced planning and coordination, it can cover the entire county in segments, whether it's the south half, first day, north half, the second day, west half, the first day, east half, the second day, whatever that may be. But just a reminder, this is your direction to administration. The reasons why we're at this particular late date, but still better. The snow won't be on the ground by that time, I promise you. And it will be an abbreviation, but simply, it's a starting point, and we'll continue to work and refine this so that it'll be manageable on a 1-day basis. So thank you for your support, your consideration, and your understanding.
Councillor Cromwell has the floor.
Thank you. Not a question, just a comment to our new Director of Infrastructure. The CAO just outlined how this has been on the books for 3 directors previous to you, and the amount of time that was needed to complete this task, and how, no disrespect to them, but in their time here, they were not able to get that achieved due to whatever circumstance. So thank you very much for making that a priority and getting it on the book so very quickly and so efficiently. We definitely appreciate that.
Are you ready for the question on the amendment? On the question of the adoption of the amendment that a full cost breakdown be reported after the fact for the purpose of transparency, all those in favor? Opposed? Count is 8-0, and the amendment is adopted. Sorry, 8-1. Pardon me. On the main motion, the council select the 27th of September for a council road tour, and that the full cost breakdown be subsequently reported to to council for transparency. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none on the adoption of that motion, all those in favor? Opposed? 5 and 4, and the motion is adopted. So lunch is here. Can we constrain ourselves to a 20-minute lunch today? So I will ring the bell at 5 minutes after 12 and we'll reconvene. Thank you. Prompt and short lunch. The next item of business is 5.10. Is there anybody willing to move a motion? Councillor Anderson,
Thank you. I'll move the recommended motion to accept this report as information and direct administration to remove this item from the budget.
Councillor Anderson has moved that we accept the report as information and remove this item from budget. Discussion. Sorry. Sorry. Councillor Chams, your hands up.
Yeah, I just have a question. If, Councillor Cromwell, do you think that the survey would have been different results if the community, the whole community would have been consulted?
I do, and I think that the questions on the survey could have been differently and more encompassing to show a fair representation.
So I'll just remind questions directed through the chair, not across the table. Councillor Holland, you have your hand up.
Thank you very much. Through the chair. Is the end to Councillor Cromwell, that sidewalk, the one sidewalk, it is used by the whole community, is that accurate?
Absolutely.
And it is where the kids come from the cul-de-sacs to get to the school?
Yeah.
Okay.
It is adjacent to the cul-de-sac. So the road, the sidewalk in Wandering River only goes north-south. We do not have a western sidewalk going into that part of the area, nor is there anything on the side of the street where the school is actually located. Nor do we even have crosswalk designated for the children in that area.
That's what I was just going to ask. If if a sidewalk is built there, will the existing asphalt sidewalk widen? That I'm not sure.
That's not a question for council. That's an administrative question. And the question in front of us, to stay focused on the motion, is to council made a decision to direct administration to consult ratepayers. Council as a majority approved the mechanism of the consultation. And the question in front of us is whether we accept that report or whether we don't. And based on the outcome of the ratepayer consultation, to remove it from budget. I don't know, maybe administration can answer Councillor Holland's question.
Apologies, Counselor, I cannot answer that question. I can bring back an answer to the next meeting.
I appreciate that. We can probably just, we'll talk. Thank you so much.
What was the question again, please?
Would this, if a new sidewalk was built, would it widen past what is currently there?
The answer would be yes. The present asphalt sidewalk is about 24 inches wide, and standard sidewalk would be normally 4 feet wide. So definitely would be much wider.
Okay, question answered. Other comments? Councillor Wallen.
So 4 out of the 5 are satisfied with what they currently have. And 5 of them don't want a new sidewalk. So if we're not willing to listen to them, what's the point of public consultation?
Who hasn't spoken and wants to? Councillor Mins, you have a comment, or we don't have to, I don't want to make sure you have the opportunity.
I guess, I know when. Yeah, I feel the same way, like people have actually spoken. And the ones that actually have to deal with the sidewalk don't really want it, so. What's the use of forcing them to have a sidewalk if they don't want one? I just don't understand it. And if we try to do the sidewalk closer to the asphalt, we're gonna end up with a curb and gutter. And so that's why the asphalt sidewalk was put in, was to stay away from that curb and gutter aspect, so. That's my consultation, yeah, we did it.
Councillor Cromwell, do you want to speak to the motion, or are you?
I do, and forgive me, I'm just trying to find the letter that was sent to the ratepayers. I know I have it in my email here. We send letters to 11 properties, not 11 residents. Out of those 11, there are many that are owned by the same ratepayer, making that share of their contribution much higher. And again, this is a sidewalk used by the entire community, from our elderly to our children. It is, though has been the direction of the majority of council, I must object to this. And I will say again that Wandering River should be afforded the same infrastructure upgrades that other communities in our county have been given without an improvement levy. No kidding, they're not going to want to do it if they're paying up for it. No other communities had to pay up for it. And I still have a very strong problem with that. It is great to decide to change the way we do things, but not at the detriment to a lone community.
Okay, we've got Councillors Kapitanek or Grillick, comments? Kapitanek?
The risk of sounding like a broken record, I know that many residents in my hamlet, if they had been asked, would have answered in the same way as this survey was done. No, we do not want more work, more sidewalk. Going from 2-foot wide asphalt to 4-foot wide sidewalk. If a resident owns multiple properties, that shoveling and or payment of a contractor to shovel and take care in the winter in some of the years where we've seen recently extraordinary snowfall is deterrent enough. There is a walking path. It is safe. It is used. These residents said they are happy with what they have. Who am I to tell them that they should have a different answer?
You know, I feel strongly, and I've said this in different settings, that we need to elevate the infrastructure development across our subdivision similarly. And that Wandering River is no more important than Century Estates or Blue Heron Estates or any of those. And, you know, we know that there's been over $1.5 million invested in Wandering River over the last few years. And so for me, you know, I don't subscribe to the idea that we're bound to repeat the decisions of the past. And moving to a local improvement levy model, which we've talked a little bit about, is a way that we stretch our dollars farther and get more work done for more residents. And the people who have a very local benefit share in that. And so it's inaccurate to say that there are no local improvement levies. Collinton has a good example. They pay one on their water. In the phone calls I received, there is
Point of information,
what?
point
Sorry?
of information. You mentioned that Collinton has a levy on their water. They also have a rebate for that levy.
They pay a local improvement levy on their water, and
And they have a rebate to steer it out.
Councillor Hall, it's not a debate. In the phone calls I've received, this is not interested. People have phoned me and said, what are you guys doing? They've talked about interest in potentially having some upgrades to a rink. But I think what this demonstrates to me is we need to go sit down in a more community-based consultation and talk to people from across the community and find out what really matters there. Because this doesn't seem, based on the evidence that it's in. So I support the motion, but I also think we need to continue the work we've done with sort of increase in consultation and take the time to go hear what they've said and look for ways to improve communities across the county at a similar rate. Now, the mover of the motion is Counselor Anderson. Do you want a final word?
Sure. When we were discussing our strategic plan and strategic priorities, we discussed local improvement levies and local improvement projects as a way to try to elevate and meet the community's needs in different areas. And I would never want to pursue any local improvement projects without the kind of consultation about who would act to the people who would actually be paying that local improvement levy. So I support council's decision on this matter to consult these people. I'm very glad that administration did that and reported back with the results. And I think they speak clearly.
So on the question of the adoption of the motion to accept this report as information and to direct administration to remove this item from the budget.
I have
All
one
those-
question based on your statement.
The question's been called. All those in favor? Opposed? The count is 6-3 and the motion is adopted. Item number 6.1 is next on your agenda. 6.1 is a bylaw to change from recreational C4 to campground commercial C5. Counselor, just so that council is clear, when a public hearing, section 184 of the act says when a public hearing on a proposed bylaw or resolution is held, a counselor must abstain from voting on the bylaw or resolution if the counselor was absent from all from all of the public meeting. And the counselor may abstain from voting if they were only absent from part of the meeting. So Counselor Chamzik, this is one of the items where the minutes must record that you must abstain from voting, but it appears based on the act that you are certainly welcome to participate in the discussion. Because the minutes show that you were absent from those meetings. Does administration have any corrections to that reading of 184? Okay, is there anyone willing to move a motion to adopt second reading so we can begin a discussion? Councillor Kapitanek has moved second reading of bylaw 0052023. Land use bylaw to change portions of the northeast to 765-18-4 from C4 commercial C4 district to campground commercial C5 district. Discussion. Who wants to lead? Councillor Kapitanek, do you want to make an opening statement on your motion and then we'll go to Councillor Crum?
After the
Was that this one?
I'm gonna take 10 seconds. After the wealth of information received regarding this proposal, seeing the property, hearing from both the community and the landowner and neighbors, I really feel that this is a positive move for both the community and the landowner. Everyone may not always be on the same page, but that doesn't mean that going forward that it won't be an excellent choice. And I'm definitely for it.
Councillor Cromwell.
I'm not quite ready yet.
Okay, sorry, I just, because you waved, I was.
wasn't, and I'm not.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. During the public hearing, we heard a lot of concern around future development of the property and really future development in this area in general. And when I've reviewed the land use bylaw and the differences between the C4 and C5 district, I really think that by redistricting, we are limiting future development in this area. And we yeah, so at the point of redistricting, I guess I'm in favor. And of course, development would be dealt with again at the development permit stage. Right now, we're only looking at the redistricting. So I think it's really important to keep in mind.
Thank you for that reminder that the discussion today is focused on the redistricting of the land, not on a development that is currently or potentially future to be approved. Councillor Holland.
Thank you. Just for clarity, there are only portions that would be C4, remain C4, and portions that would be switched to C5, correct?
Yes.
So I don't understand what the limiting of development would be. It would actually increase the opportunity. Is that?
I think, I mean, So it's already C4 and the director maybe can answer this, but you're not increasing anything because you've already got it. And by moving portions into C5, it actually limits what can happen because there's 0 permitted uses in C5 zone. But unless you accept that you open up a discretionary use of which there are 2 and 0 permitted uses, but that might be an increase, but maybe that's probably better.
Well,
Maybe that's a question for the director to answer for you. Let's go to her.
Yeah, and that, what the Reeve spoke to is correct. And so I think what Councillor Anderson is getting at is that these portions that are being asked to be redistricted to the C5 district, those portions of the property will now be limited to those uses in the C5 district. The entire property today is in the C4 district. And as when we look at the land use bylaw, there's a number of permitted uses and a number of discretionary uses. In the C5 district, as the Reeve spoke to, there are 2 discretionary uses, being campgrounds and accessory too. So I think what Councillor Anderson is, getting at is that these portions that are to be redistricted in those particular areas, it limits further development under the C4 district. Does that help?
It does.
And is it fair just to, clarify that Councillor's line? Some of the areas that are staying as C4 almost need to stay C4 because of the current development or the current infrastructure that's already on those.
That's correct. So we gave this individual direction on how to go about this process, because there is existing development that is outside of that C5 district, right? And so, we have been working with, since the C5 district came into play, we've been working with clients towards, redistricting those areas that are only needed for that particular use. In this case, that was the direction that we gave the applicant, was to redistrict those areas that fit within that C5 those uses.
Appreciate that. So if I may,
You have the floor.
last year when we visited this topic, if I'm not mistaken, it was very adamant that the applicant did not want to go C5. And we mentioned to him that he had to maintain his permitted use. His permitted use was not maintained. So was there a stop order issued at all at any time?
There is no stop order on this property.
Okay.
And in fairness, from other discussions, you have often said that as long as the landowner is working with us to become compliant, we don't jump on them. So that's not like the consistent approach from the county is if something's non-compliant and they're working with us to make it compliant, you're not out. You haven't treated this different than anyone else and you're not out issuing this stuff.
That's correct. So when we find non-compliance, we send letters, we reach out. And then as long as that individual or that entity is willing to work with us towards compliance, we continue down that road. This road was a long road because the individual took a couple of shots at other avenues, but we're back right where we needed to be. And we were patient, he was patient. And so we're back where I wanted him to be a while ago, but it's been a bit of a road, but always working towards compliance.
Understood. Thank you.
Any further follow-up? Councillor Mins, Chamzik, Wallach. Cromwell. Worked on the table.
I definitely see the value in moving to a C5 and limiting the options that are available out there and what the landowner can do. My concerns are not with the classification, but with that party following whatever rules and regulations are set out after the fact. And the blatant disregard for them thus far. And that is really where my holdup is. And that is more of a discussion for when the development permit comes, I guess.
Thank you. Counselor
Excuse me.
Gerlich? Do you have any comments?
Yeah. The whole, whole process of redistricting was very controversial. I mean, I think there were a few letters of concern that we saw. And to me, the change in development is the small portion of this. There's so much going on there that shouldn't be going on in the whole lake structure. And I think we would be irresponsible if we don't take this bull by the horns. When you look at shoreline camping, it's supposed to have 170 lots in there. They've got 230. Are the numbers I heard. That they're not following things that are in place, and people are all saying somebody else is wrecking the lake when I think they're all doing their fair share. And I think we have a number of county developments on there, and we should be getting together and getting something organized to deal with the actual problems that are there that exist, because that lake is very heavily utilized, and there should be a lot better management of that lake by the governing bodies. Just to me, it's a red herring whether this development goes forward or not, because the big problem is the way it's being allowed to operate right now. Something has to be done with that. The way it's run by municipalities.
And certainly those discussions would be possible to have if we could arrange a date to meet with the other councils, which we're working on.
That's gotta be, yes. It's gotta be.
Down the list. The only, thought I wanted to add to what's been said is that, that reminder that to remember the point is that we're redistricting. We're not doing development right now, and that, we have to be careful not to take out frustrations from one operator on another. This is the very specific parcel of land. It's not shoreline campground, and whatever's going on down there is a separate discussion from what's happening today. I agree that the lake needs some work. I agree that all municipalities around it need to work together, but I struggle with hearing, a point of view that we're going to keep doing what we're doing, but you guys should do something different. And for me, somebody said to me once, that they've learned there's a difference between an opinion and an informed opinion. And we heard a lot of objections that relate really to development and not to redistricting. And in some cases, some of the objections were actually just false. Like they were things that were based on information that was sort of irrelevant to the question in front of us. And I think one of the challenges for us as a council is to be able to sort out the relevant information and the responsible, choice in this case without being impacted by that fog of irrelevancy that's around it, that's irrelevant to this decision. Not that the ideas are all bad in that zone, but are they relevant to this particular decision? And for me, many of it is no. Councillor Mins, you did put your hand up.
Yeah, I'm not against the development in that. I'm just against the way it's done, and I'm getting tired of people getting caught red-handed and all of a sudden we have to automatically work with them. I'm very tired of it. They had a 20 lot permit, and because they wanted another permit, we caught them doing a 36 lot. Right? I think they're, an extra 17, and it's like, so what really upsets me about this whole thing is when are we going to catch him again? Like this man is a lawyer. I just don't understand why we're coming up on another one here, the next agenda item, and it's like, yeah, we have to work with them. Well, why do we have to work with them? It's very upsetting. If I know another lake, if it would have happened this way, the gentleman would have been tarred and feathered. And that, so it's like we're actually giving this organization a card to say go past go, but please don't do it again. And I know automatically what's gonna happen.
Does administration have anything you want to add to the deliberation, either the Director of Planning and Development or the CAO?
I totally understand. And believe me, the frustration is shared across administration as well. However, enforcement is hard and ugly and expensive. And I guess at some point, if a council, whether it's this council or another council, decides to tar and feather these types of situations, it's going to be very costly and hard and ugly. And municipalities in general struggle with these types of things. You know, when we start down the enforcement, when we get a complaint and we start down the enforcement journey, we send a letter. If we don't hear back, we send another letter, and then we move towards fines. And so as soon as somebody starts working with us, that's when we then work with them towards compliance. And I do understand, and I wish I had a better answer for you.
Mr. Reeve, members council, I'll throw in some experience. There will come a time, there will be a landmark situation that will arise that council will consider and maybe be forced to drawing a line in the sand. And at that particular time, as my director has said, you'll make a commitment to seeing it through to the end, that you'll be prepared to make the investment because it will send the message to the entire community that that type of action is no longer acceptable. And that will serve as a major deterrent. But certainly I applaud the county and the administration for trying to work with people, but sometimes people push it too far or cross the line, and you just need to then say, okay, we've had enough. We've tried to work. Now it's time to send a message to anybody who's going to be developing in the county, and we're prepared to take it to the end. If it goes to Court of King's Bench or wherever it might end up, you're prepared to make that particular investment. I think at this particular stage, it hasn't hit that particular tipping point yet, in my opinion, but something will come along probably at a future time where it does push it over the edge and say, time to do it.
So second loop or yeah, follow up, absolutely.
Through the chair to the director. If we don't redistrict this, what happens?
Then we would move towards a stop order and cleanup of said campground activities. Because it's not a recognized use in the C4 district, a campground.
Second time around, this is, I mean, it's important by law and we'll get your views out. Second time, Councillor Anderson.
I just asked the director to please clarify that in the past, we have redistricted portions of a property. It does not mean that a subdivision is being granted of the property, right? It's still one title, one piece of property. We only redistrict the portions that we feel that those rules will then apply to. It does not mean a subdivision, because we heard a lot during the public hearing about the subdividing and it was going to be so many lots and stuff. I just want to clarify that we are not approving a subdivision of this property.
That's correct. So there's no separate title. This will be all on one title. This is only speaking to land use classification.
Councillor Holland, second go.
Thank you. It'll probably be my last go as well. Just to add to what was said here, this has cost the county a lot of money already in working with this individual. As far as how long that this has taken, and this individual was not asked to do a stop order, even though he was asked to remain inside his permit. So in my opinion, it's time to draw a line in the sand, and it's been asked for by very many residents that are impacted by it.
Further comments? Councilor Cromwell, the floor is yours.
I agree and disagree with my colleague across the table. I agree that enough is enough. But I look at the uses between C4 and C5 and where we would have a little bit more control. And that's my holdup right now. By going to C5, we limit the uses on that bit of land. We have more control. That development comes in. If the development is not followed, I think we're at the point where a stop work order should be issued and actually put the hammer down. But in order to protect the residents of that area by limiting what can be done, might be the way to go.
I feel like we have regularly worked with ratepayers in the past to become compliant. And I think it's important that we recognize that, you know, there was a lot of fanning of local administration by our fanning of the issue by other administrations. And while I don't discount the legitimacy of some of those views, some of them really do relate to development and not to land use. And I think, you know, we have a situation where we have a precedent and a pattern where we do work with people. People have their CCAN off the property. We try to work with them to get it in the right place. And I would urge you to support the bylaw in order that we can bring it into compliance. And I think we need to look at the gravity of what's actually happened. This is an 80-acre site that's added 16 campsites in an unpermitted development. You know, this is a landowner who were at many other landowners when they first bought it. We probably would have had 300 or 400 sites on there and had it pre-approved and done years ago. It's a very cautious type place, and this limits the use and it puts some good restrictions on what they're doing. Stays, they can keep the physical cottages and whatever's there that are rented out to people who are not necessarily as cottages, but as homes for people who are working in Boyle and working around. And we know housing is a problem in the region. For me, I think it's consistent with our past practice to redistrict this and to try to work with the landowner to bring it in compliance, notwithstanding. Like I don't think that we should judge this individual differently because of their profession. That's like saying your ear, nose and throat specialist should be aware of your whatever the toe guy is called. Like, because he's a lawyer doesn't mean he knows. He's a specialist in every aspect of every bit of the law. These guys specialize just like all of us do in our profession. So I don't think that's a fair approach. And I had something else, but I didn't write it down. So that's the end of my comments. Now, Councillor Gerlich, you have the floor.
So part of it is C4, part of it is C5. And there would be further development allowed in C4, further expansion to that.
If
So-
they choose to apply for it, yes.
Like, is there a boundary where the C4 starts and the C?
Yeah, it's on page
is it-
100
100.
of your agenda. So the areas shaded green are the areas to be rezoned to C5. And the areas shaded blue are to remain in the C4 district.
So that leaves how much development in the C4 that would be allowed?
Well, it's hard for me to answer that question, I would say. And like, you mean acreage wise or?
Yeah.
I'd have to calculate it, but yeah, I would say it's roughly half.
Yeah, I'm going to give you a very poor example of something. If people have this property and they're constantly littering and whatever, and they say, well, we can't allow any more people in because they're going to just add some more litter to it. When the solution is, maybe you should stop littering. completely. And again, we have to deal with some of the problems that exist. And this isn't going to have that big an effect. I don't think it's going to have that big an effect on the lake. It's 80 acres. And for that to just have a small access to the lake when a larger or a small area has a huge access to the lake. It doesn't seem fair in that regard. And what really bothers me is the lake is under stress and strain because people just aren't using it properly as much as anything. And if we're gonna just deal with this and then we're done with it, it really is irrelevant. It really doesn't matter that much because we've got to address the problems that exist there. I don't know, it's frustrating to me.
I agree. So we've been around twice. I mean, I don't know that I want to get into, okay, go ahead. Let's go 3 times.
Okay, thank you.
It's a big deal.
The thing is though, we're talking about one individual and what one individual's development is. We redistrict this, he sells that tomorrow. We can have somebody come in, they're putting in their 50 stall campground, they're putting in a guest house, they're putting in an inn. This, we have to look at this past this one owner and one developer into how this would look. Currently, his permit asset mentions 20 stalls, which at the time, the development, and I'm in belief, is enough for this location and for that particular lake that is under that stress. By inviting more to it, I just think that we're running into bigger problems. And so again, we can't just focus on one guy and one development. This goes with this would go with the land. And then we're looking at a whole nother ball of wax.
I remembered the thing I was going to add to my earlier comments. So I guess if we're going to go 3, remember that the C5 has 0 permitted uses. And so if he sells it the day after this happens, there are still 0 permitted uses. And you can't add a 50 stall campground. And to be really blunt, I mean, the density on this campground is a dream. It is, if every campground owner had this kind of density, they'd be, parks, there's wide open green spaces here. It's unique in the limited amount of development that has occurred and how restrictive the operator has been. But again, remembering if it sells, there are no uses that can happen anyway. So if we're thinking about the future, then the answer really is to redistrict it to C5 because it locks down what's happening. The Roberto Nachi made the comment, if you look at the land use bylaw, there are 18 or 19 permitted uses that are available by right in the C4 district. And so assuming they meet the other sort of rules of doing it, you could see a country inn, a guest ranch, a hotel or a motel, any number of things could be done. And there are 0 controls for the county to be able to get in the way and say no to that. So if you really want to stop and limit development, C5 is the answer. I guess I've struggled a little bit with this because I drove around the whole region the weekend before the public hearing just to see what was going on, what the developments were like. And when I drove through some of the areas that were the most vocal in opposition, there were big new residences being built. There were yards with 9 vehicles in them, some with 4 campers. And so it's important that we start to work with our neighbors to talk about the health of the lake. But I think that's something we need to do. And I'm support council if we want to do that. I hope we will. But it's also not really the subject of this discussion. And so while we got to continue the effort to work with how do we improve the quality of the lake, I don't believe that this redistricting will have a measurable or meaningful impact one way or the other. And, what's that saying? Don't do what I say, look at what I do. Or, we've had people tell us one thing and do something else. I don't know. Are we concerned about the health of the lake when, it's only the county that should stop development and we don't stop it in adjacent municipalities? We all have a role to play and we have to work together, but not Redistricting this does not make anything better. In fact, it leaves open the opportunity for it to get much worse. Councillor Minns, you're on deck.
I guess, yeah, when you actually think about it, we're just discussing redistricting. And some of us, me being one of them, is bringing in the development, in which makes the kind of blurs the issue in mind. So, yeah, I just, why don't we put, or would he go for the whole place to be redistricted to C5?
That's not the ask though. And the director will tell you, but there's buildings on there that will be non-compliant.
Yeah, so the purpose of redistricting portions was that there are some existing uses that don't fit in the C5 district. Could more of it be redistricted to C5 potentially? And that's something that I guess council could ask at this stage. And we could look at amending or something like that. And then, you know, you do have the ability to do, say, second reading today, and then ask for more information or ask for an amendment to the schedule. That's possible. But the reason we can't redistrict the whole thing is because there's existing use that does not fit with it's not accessory to the campground. Believe me, I tried. But we cannot say that a rental house is accessory to the campground. There are things in there, like, you know, the shop and stuff like that are accessory to the campground, but not everything's accessory to the campground. So that's why we suggested we go with a portion.
The other thing, if I could just follow up,
The floor is yours.
the other thing that has happened here is after the open hearing, and that I felt like we got pulled into quite a mishmash of my lake, and I don't want anything at my lake, and I don't want people at my lake, and all this, and it's a battle between 2-3 municipalities and a conservation group that are all fighting in there, and it's like, it's too bad that that's ended up happening, but that's the way it was portrayed through that whole public hearing. So my thoughts.
Councillor
Thank you.
Chamzik, do you want the opportunity to voice any opinions, which are, I think, unless the CAO has different advice, the way the act reads are certainly legitimate. Okay, Councillor Wallach. Is there any, are you ready for the question? On the question of the adoption of second reading of bylaw 0052023, the land use bylaw to amend portions of Northeast 765-18-4 from recreational commercial C4 to campground commercial C5. All those in favor? Opposed? The count is 7-1, and second reading has passed. Pardon me? It's 7-1. Councillor, and the minutes must reflect that Councillor Chamzik is required to abstain. Okay, Councillor Minns. Okay, Councillor Minns has moved to give third and final reading to 0052023 and a bylaw amendment on portions of Northeast 765-18 from C4 to C5. Is there any additional discussion that council feels is warranted? Councillor Cromwell, you'd like to voice?
I'd actually
The floor
like,
is yours.
thank you. I'd like to put a pin in that right now and see if there's any more of that land that can be moved from C4 to C5 before we do third reading.
Councillor Holland. Let's kind of,
I was
would it
just-
be acceptable to you, Councillor, if we just kind of poll the table before that? Because there's no point delaying if that's something that won't win a vote. Councillor Holland?
In the development map that is on page 100, and it shows the two different areas. In the C4 areas, is there not space in those areas to continue to develop under C4 as it sits?
I would say there would be, yes.
So in all honesty, then what we're doing is just for my own mind, leaving C4 as it sits, and unless we ask for more area to be C5. So we're still allowing these C4 developments, and on top adding up to a 50 stall campground. Because this request originally was to make sure those extra 17 stalls were in compliance. So we're already adding by a campground, basically, under C5, plus we still have the option, or he still has the option to continue to expand. So I don't see why, I'm still not, I guess, in my own brain, not seeing how this is a huge benefit when both uses are still available.
Other comments? And just as you speak, maybe kind of address the thought about, do you see value in trying to add more land? And then I'll suggest to Councillor Cromwell whether we should make that a formal push, because as long as you're okay with that, Councillor Henderson, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I am willing to approve third reading as proposed here. I do want to clarify, though, that the additional camp stalls that have already been constructed without the appropriate permit, he will still be required to apply for a development permit for those stalls even after the redistricting is completed. So we would approve the redistricting. Now he has to apply for a development permit if he wants to keep them. Either way, like, he doesn't automatically just have them approved just because the redistricting went through.
Right, so if these lands are redistricted to C5, then we can accept an application for a campground. And it will be for all of the stalls within the C5 district. So a brand new permit for all the development within the C5 district.
So going around, Councillor Kapitanek, anything to add? Councillor Gerlich?
So being C5, he can still add more stalls to C5.
Only through development.
He can apply to add more stalls in the
And he would have to
C5
apply in
district.
C4 as well.
C4 doesn't permit them.
Not for a campground, he can't. In the C5 district, he could apply for the identify uses, which is a campground or accessory use to the campground in the C5 district, if this is redistricted. And then moving forward in the areas identified as C4, he could apply for the C4 districts that you see as part of the package on page 102.
So, but there are already 20 camp stalls in the C4.
Well, the area where those are is being redistricted into C5. So it's not 20 that are staying in the C4. Those 20 that are approved already are being encompassed by the land that's being redistricted to C5.
Okay, I didn't make that connection right off the bat.
So then the director has said, then he'll have to apply for a permit basically to approve all of those stalls again. Okay. Go ahead.
So what would happen to the current permit that is for the private camp for the 20 stalls?
Well, the stalls that we've identified are campground stalls. And so if redistricted, he will have to make application for a campground. And all of those stalls are within that C5 district, and it'll be part of his application.
So the current permit basically becomes null and void?
Right.
So, Councillor Cromwell, it would be within your, prerogative to propose, now that we've had a bit of a discussion, and thanks for holding back, to table this subject to more information. My sense is that may not pass, but we can test it. And I leave it to you to decide.
For my due diligence, so moved.
So Councillor Cromwell has proposed that council table the third reading to the next council meeting, subject to gathering more information on more land that could be within the C5 district. To vote in favor of this, then of course tables it. To vote in opposed to it allows us to carry on and move to third reading. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? So the count is 6 and 2. The motion to table fails. 5 and 3, sorry. I should turn over my yoga. The motion to table fails. We have a motion to give third and final reading to 052023. We've been around quite a few times. Is there anybody that hasn't spoken that would like to speak to the third reading? Does everyone feel fairly heard? On the question of the adoption of the motion to give third and final reading to 0052023 regarding the amendment for portions of the Northeast to 76518 from C4 to C5, all those in favor? Opposed? So the count is 5 and 3, and third reading has passed. Moving along to page 110 of your agenda. We have a land use. Does anybody need a brief stretch break, anything? Can we come back at exactly 1? Yep. I'm sure this won't be a fast discussion. So I'd like to reconvene the meeting at 2 minutes after 1. We are at item 6.2, bylaw 0072023, land use bylaw amendment regarding the change from agricultural use to light industrial district. Is there anyone willing to move first reading? Councillor Anderson is, sorry, second reading. Good catch. Councillor Anderson has moved second reading of bylaw 0072023, a land use bylaw amendment. Going from ag to industrial. Hold on 1 second, because I just want to. Motion. Do you want to speak to it as you introduce, as you move it? Okay, open the discussion. Yep, I will offer that. Councillor Cromwell, the floor is yours.
I'll happily go first for the first round here.
Yeah, just for reference, like this is not one we're gonna. I'm anticipating we'll all have a chance to speak at least twice on this because of the land use bylaw amendments are not. There's a lot to consider.
We did a lot of talking about looking at what permitted uses can do to an environment, to an area. And, you look at our strat plan and pillar 2, part 4, develop policy aimed at protecting watershed and wetland ecosystems. And those that are present on that property, support the agricultural community in creating environmentally friendly family processes. We are talking about putting a recycling scrapyard in agricultural, in this residential area, with the ability to then have them sell the property, put a bulk fuel storage in there, or many other uses. We look at that bit of environment and how quickly from their possession date on the 13th of December to when this was brought to county's attention, how much waste and debris was put in there, and the decades of cleanup that will result or years of cleanup rather, forgive, that will result in trying to get that property back to normal from today alone. I think we heard loud and clear from the residents of the community as a whole, from the neighbors, from all the adjacent neighbors, how far against us they are. And I'm looking at it, and the possibility of 2 or 3 local employees does not outweigh the damage to the environment and the disruption that this is going to be causing. People are hearing it in their homes, they're hearing it in their yard, and it will be worse during winter, and it'll be worse as they grow their business out there. I cannot support this moving forward.
Further discussion? Councillor Chamzik, you're welcome again, as reference to engage in the discussion, but per 184 of the Act, you must abstain. Councillor Gerlich? I thought your hand was up.
It wasn't up, but I informally put it up. I don't see what the benefit is to the county or to the county, the community. I don't see any benefit to this. And I see the downside, but I don't see the upside. It's pretty short and sweet for me.
Councillor Holland?
I'm in agreement with Councillor Gerlach and Councillor Cromwell. I don't see the benefit either. I see more of a detriment. And I would just prefer to refuse this bylaw all through and through.
And just procedurally, the way you do that is by voting no when it's moved in the affirmative. Okay. Other thoughts? Councillor Mins, Councillor, and then Councillor Chamzik.
Yeah, I myself, again, I don't agree with the way this was all brought around and as far as I care, underhanded. Just because they could do this in Saskatchewan doesn't, you got to click your heels every once in a while and realize where you're at. And I'm in total agreement of it too, like we have lots of industrial areas in Athabasca County, and the scrapyard to me should be beside a rail line. It should not be beside farmland, people's houses, unless it's done the proper way. This was not done the proper way. This was just slammed in front of these people, and then oh, I'm sorry, and now redistrict this and I need my permit. No, I'm sorry. I'm not for having this there. The roads in that area need to be looked at. Stuff like that. So no, that's my point.
Director Wilkinson, can you just remind us the process of how we got to here? Just because, again, I think as we're making decisions that impact people's livelihoods and lives, on the adjacent neighbors or the owners of the subject property, this was in front of MPC and can you quickly give us the background on how it got to here? Because I'm not sure that it was just.
It was complaint based, and we reached out quite quickly to the owner of the company, and they halted operations and then began working with us towards compliance. We did bring a discretionary use permit to MPC under the ag district, under transfer stations. That was the direction that the department felt was appropriate for this type of development. MPC refused the permit and gave us indication that they felt the public consultation piece was important, and that MPC felt that it wasn't a transfer station, more of a wrecking yard. And so for the wrecking yard use, we had to move towards an industrial type district. And so they've made application to redistrict this land to the M1 district as the, wrecking is a discretionary use in that district.
So for me, I mean, we've got our strat plan and we've talked about looking to engage and increase our non-residential assessment and to support business and grow industry. And so I start with the idea of if a ratepayer owns their land and asks us whether they can change the land use classification, our role is to assess the reasonableness of the change overall. And we've done that before. And whether, it makes sense for the location and the vicinity and the county top to bottom. The subject is not agricultural land, right? It's covered in trees and what's left is there's a minor portion of grass. So we're not taking away ag land. We're putting it in, although it's classed agricultural land is the default classification for everything without something else. So I'm looking for, what would be the reasons to say no? We have other M-class land in the vicinity. There's, a bylaw coming up later in the meeting where, further and farther from the highway and access. I recognize I just forgot that you were on deck. Further and farther from access, there's M-class land that would have significant infrastructure development impacts if we decline this and the current owner buys that land instead of it changing from M whatever. Now we've got 6 or 7 miles worth of roads and travel to bring that in. So they do have other options. I think we also should be careful not to tell, a business owner how to manage their business. We can talk about what are appropriate uses for regions, but whether they want to be on the left side of the road or the right side of the road or whatever, that's really up to their own individual needs. So I guess my question for administration is, we're doing a land use classification change. We're not talking about an approval of a development permit or anything, but that's the eventual next step or the logical next step. There were a number of concerns brought up at the public hearing regarding the use. Can the concerns that were brought up be mitigated through development permits?
I would say yes. And, if you look back at the MPC item that was brought originally, I believe that the list of conditions that were proposed to be imposed, ooh, can you say that 3 times fast? Mitigated most, if not all, of the concerns from the residents.
Councillor Kapitanek, Councillor Chamzik, the floor is yours. And then Councillor Wong.
You did ask some of the questions. My personal opinion, I think it's important to try to use more of our industrial lands. I also agree with so far with my personal opinion of some of our councillors and some of the ratepayer concerns, but getting to the topic of it all, I don't know what I can really say, just as long as I don't vote or.
That's it. You
Okay.
just don't get to vote. You can say anything ask any question that's yours or say anything that you know. Councillor Wallach.
Through the public hearing, we heard a lot of the letters with assumptions of environmental risk. And then when the owner spoke to us, he said the vehicles come clean. So I don't think there is enough information within what their environmental impact is, and that potentially can come through development permits. Secondly, in the noise complaints, there's farms and a major highway all around there. Farmers make a lot of noise, and it is what it is with industry. So yeah, I just think through development, we'll find out what the actual environment issue is.
Okay, Councillor Kapitanek.
I'd like to echo that sentiment. And just, refer back to the fact that we are welcoming small and medium, it says we want to meet with potential existing large and small scale businesses and be inviting to them in our strengthening our economy pillar 1 strategic plan. And this is an existing business, whether we want to accept that or not, but I really think that without being a negative to the adjacent landowners, this is a not in my backyard syndrome kind of situation. We all want to own things and we all want to have things and we want to have businesses and we want to have cars and then we don't want to have to face what happens to them when we don't need them anymore. And what the truth is we need wreckers, we need scrap yards, we need places that recycle these items and get them to where they need to go, whichever means that they get them there at this point. Maybe it's not perfect, maybe rail is not next door at this moment, but that doesn't mean in the future they can't expand. So I really want to bring attention to the fact that the environmental consequence of denying places for big things to be recycled also ends up with farms with trucks and cars and things rotting in their bushes and digging pits and putting it in there for the future landowners to deal with and find. There's no perfect outcome to not having wrecking yards either. That wasn't as well thought out as I thought it would be or said, but you get what I'm saying. Thank you.
Councilor Cromwell, do you want to speak again or do you want to hold off or? Second.
Are we on second round
Yeah.
already?
Well, Councilor,
Please.
I was looking your way, so I don't know if she beat you, but Councilor Holland, you're on deck. Councilor Cromwell, you're next.
Thanks very much. Just a couple of things in just hearing, the opinions and comments that are being made. If I'm not mistaken, agricultural land does include timber. Timber that is in that definition, and we as a county are supposed to be stewards of that land. And I think it's important that we consider where our industrial land is existing and why that land was not asked to by this particular owner to use. And it was also mentioned earlier today that the residents have spoken, and who are we to argue with them if they don't want that in there, who is being impacted. But now I'm hearing, well, not my backyard. So I'm getting conflicting comments and opinions here that we have had very strong opposition to this, and to ignore that, and also to ignore that this development wasn't permitted to begin with. I don't think it, again, I'm prepared to draw that line in the sand. This is something that we are continuing to allow people to get away with in our community. And it is very much prevalent in our community that, hey, nobody's paying attention, nobody's enforcing, go for it. Take your chances till you get caught. And I think that we need to actually stand up now and start making those deterrents in place and saying no more.
Councilor Cromwell, you were on deck. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I know a lot of the points I was going to say were taken by my friend across the table, but it was definitely hit on the head. Not in my backyard, not in your area, not where you're around. Look at the scrapyard in Boyle. Look at the mess and the eyesore and the trouble they've had keeping that clean and making it look good. You talk about the noises that a farmer makes. A swather and a combine are not going to make the same noise as a automobile crusher and vehicles being cut apart and banged into square little boxes here. We have to look at, are we devaluing the land of the neighbors because of what we're putting in there? Does that affect their resale value if farmer A or neighbor B want to go and sell, and we have authorized such a venture as their next door neighbor? Have we impacted them? Have we impacted their lifestyle, their enjoyment of the rural property in rural Alberta that they have chosen to live? This applicant said it was due to driver fatigue. I'm sorry, any professional driver that cannot make it from Fort McMurray to Wandering River without a nap should not be a driver. They have a yard, I believe, in Panoka County.
I'm just gonna ask you to rein it into not attacking, because
I'm not attacking, I'm making a comment. They have a yard in Panoka County, and that is a very easy and effective drive from Fort McMurray. There are scrapping facilities in Boyle, as my colleague Councillor Kapitanic noted, that they are important to have. We have one 45 minutes away from that property. The options are there. We have consulted with ratepayers, and as the comment was said previously, why are we not listening to them? Exactly. We've consulted with the ratepayers. Why would we then ignore everything that they have to say?
Councillor Gerlach, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I was under the impression that the product or the product that they're recycling there is coming from 3 sources in McMurray. I didn't understand that it was a recycling for automobiles and all these things, that they got contracts with 3 companies in McMurray. And I don't understand why they would need a drop-off point halfway between destinations. I don't understand where there's going to be a tax revenue of any significance that's going to come out of this. I don't see any upside for the county whatsoever. It's not a business that's going to improve the county. It's going to degrade the county as far as I can see. I just, like, I mean, it's dealing with 3 entities in McMurray. Shred it, do whatever you do there, and haul it straight in. There doesn't need to be a drop off point in the middle. There's got to be, the stuff can't be just good, clean stuff. And like, I think we're really going to be in a position where we really got to watch it close and police it close. And there is no upside to it. It's not going to bring in a lot of tax revenue. It's a lose-lose situation. And I don't think we should be bringing in something that's a lose-lose situation.
Councillor Mintz.
Yeah, the comment about meeting with small business and industry and trying to attract them and everything, I'm in full agreement with that, totally in agreement with that. These people didn't come to meet us. They came in, they started their own little scrapyard, got caught, and now meeting and greeting is over. If you wanted to start that business, maybe if they would have come and talked to council or talked to MPC, talked to administration, they could have been maybe steered where that business would have worked. But now they came in and they want to try to negotiate with us that this is the best place. No, I'm in full agreement of meeting with people. Don't get me wrong, but let's meet on common ground with an understanding, and we will help you.
Further comments at the table? I think if you want to control the land next to you, one of the options is to buy it, right? If somebody buys it, this is always a risk. Someone can buy land next to any one of us and build a pig barn or have 400 dogs that bark all night. Maybe not 400, but they could have 5 loud dogs that bark all night. And so the question for me again comes back to, like I've said, what are the reasons to say no? And I've heard some good arguments. I think, for context, we've heard from 4 families that spoke through multiple voices, but ultimately there were four families here. And I do think we have to be cautious about micromanaging the operation of somebody else's business. It's not up to us to say whether they should take rest breaks every 4 hours, 6 hours, or 12 hours. This is their business and their shop, and the what and the where and the why of how and when they want to stop and reload trucks or whatever they do is not, it's outside of our lane and outside of what we need to do. The question really in front of us is this a suitable use for this site? Is it reasonable? Is it compatible in the broad scheme? And, if we say, well, is it compatible with the neighboring uses? We have a precedent across the highway and 4 miles west of Brainerd that would say that at some point we've determined that it is compatible to have an M site against A sites. So setting the emotional piece aside, really the question is this a reasonable use for this particular property? And once we get into development permits, do we feel confident there can be conditions that protect everybody's interest? And so for me, on that basis, I still have yet to hear a convincing argument that we should chase the business out of the county. Councillor.
Point of information before Councillor Anderson, you,
That's not actually a term.
all right, well, you made the comment, we've only heard from 4 families. I would remind the council that there was a petition signed by the vast majority of everybody in that area. So it was not just 4 families.
That we did not see or hear the wording that went into the petition in advance of. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. Being that we're discussing the land use classification and the redistricting right now, not a development permit or the conditions that would have to be on that, or whether or not a development permit for this specific use would even be approved. When I look at what's been put in front of us, is it appropriate for this property? Well, when I go back in their assessments online, it looks like they've been paying for commercial improvements on this property since 2009. So there's been long-standing commercial use of this property to some extent for quite a while. When we were just very short time ago discussing redistricting only a portion of the property, the portion that would best suit those uses. I look at this and they're only redistricting a portion of this property. That portion is a portion that's within trees, so future conditions could potentially mitigate noise and site issues, any nuisance issues like that. And regardless of whether it's what the actual development permit that gets submitted is, I guess I can't see a reason to deny the redistricting at this point. I don't know that I'd be in favor of the development permit for this use at this point, but the redistricting, and when I look at just the redistricting, I guess I'm in favor of it at this point.
So we've been around a couple times. I'm not sure that a lot will change by continuing to, rethrash this straw. Are you ready for the question?
Recorded vote, please.
Councillor Cromwell has asked for a recorded vote. The question is on the adoption of the motion to give second reading. And I guess, sorry, to back that up, remember that you have the option to seek further information between second and third, as we talked about with the last motion, with the last item that was on the agenda. The question is on the adoption of the motion to give second reading to bylaw 0072023, a bylaw amendment for a portion of the south of the northwest of 147017 from agriculture to light industrial district. Please leave your hands up so I can count and name all those in favor. So Kapitanek, Anderson, Hall, and Wallach opposed. Cromwell, Gerlich, Holland, and Mins, and the motion to give second reading is defeated, and the bylaw to change land use classification fails. The next item of business on the agenda is item 6.3. It is some revisions to the procedural bylaw that the CAO proposed. Is there anyone willing to move first reading? Councillor Holland? So Councillor Holland has moved first reading of 0102023. In the review of the agenda package, I noticed an item that was in my notes we had struck in the committee of the whole revisions, and which doesn't comply with the act. And that's under 7.6, the election of the position of deputy reeve, which may be determined by secret ballot, doesn't comply with the act. So those words I would recommend we amend and take out.
Would you be able to show us how that doesn't comply with the act?
It does not in the act. The act is very specific about the 2 instances you can use a secret ballot. One of them is the election of the chief elected official. The other one is to appoint to certain committees.
Right, so if I may, if it's not written in the act, then that's something that council can determine.
No, regarding secret ballot votes, we have to vote in public. This is not the Boys and Girls Club. Our votes occur in public. And even secret ballot votes have to be ratified. And it fits under section 185. And if you'd like to go to a legal opinion, I think that's not unreasonable, but despite sections 185 and 187, at a meeting in which council establishes a committee or other body or appoints a chief elected official under 150, the secret ballot must be held if anyone requests it. But a vote under that section must be confirmed by resolution. We're not permitted to vote by secret ballot. You can't vote on the you cannot vote on a bylaw amendment by secret ballot. It's a permission that must be expressly granted. It's not a default.
If I may, I would like to get further administrative input on this, please.
Councils and council meetings must conduct their meetings in public unless subsection 2 or 2.1 applies, which talks about the closing under the FOIP Act and deliberations under MPC.
Correct, that's not an election, though.
Yep, no, that's. So CAO, do you have a comment?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. Through the chair to all members of council. I agree with the Reeves interpretation of section 185.1 on page 114 of the MGA. It gives some very specific directions with regards to holding a secret ballot if required by any council present at the meeting. So there's two conditions there. One, if it is requested, then you must have secret ballot, and that is for appointing the chief elected official. If there is no request, then it does not have to be by secret ballot. It may be by show of hands. In the absence of any particular direction, because this says must, council is given the option. They may do whatever they choose with respect to the deputy Reeve. And so that is why specifically the wording of 7.4 in the procedural bylaw, the election of the position of Reeve, which may be determined by secret ballot. So it hinges on those two principles. So 185.1, secret ballot must be held if requested. So that's why may is in the bylaw. And under 7.6, the election of the position of deputy Reeve may be determined by secret ballot because council is not directed by the legislation that they must or they may. It gives you that particular option to do so. So that's why the wording was added to section 7.6 in my, from my experience and in my opinion. So. Yeah, it's not often that the Reeve and I disagree on anything, but on this one, that would be my perspective with all due respect.
So I think we would be wise to get legal advice because I think the necessary implication of that proposal is that you could hold other votes by secret ballot because it's not clear, on other aspects of the things we're voting on.
So Mr. Reeve, just to clarify, it would be my respected opinion that this is the only place where secret ballots are permitted would be on those two and would not be transferable to any other votes of any kind by council in any other matters.
Right, the two committee, the two things listed, right? Chief elected official and the committees.
And no, not the committees.
Well, committees are one of the two things that are listed.
Yeah, but the procedural bylaw has not altered that at all. So we would be respectful of the MGA that if council chose when the appointments to committee at organizational meetings occurred, if someone requested to do it by secret ballot, then you would do it by secret ballot. But if council does, no one request for the reeve, the deputy reeve and committees, they would be all by show of hands.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Further discussion? Councillor Holland, do you want to, you made the motion. Do you want to introduce it? With any other comments?
No, I think that that's fine. Thank you. I just was going to mention that I'm not in favor of a legal opinion when we pretty much know the answer.
Further comments? Seeing none, if you're ready, Councillor Anderson.
I would move to make an amendment to remove the reference in 7.6 to secret ballot. That way council has voted on it.
Councillor Anderson has made a motion to amend the item in front of us to remove the words in red under 7.6. Other discussion. I'll come back around because you will have the last word too.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Since there's no one putting their hand up to discuss, Councillor Holland, the answer, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I guess I just have to speak against the amendment. Basically, this statement allows us to do it or not do it. So what is the harm in specifying and allowing people, giving them that information and allowing them to understand that you have that ability? So why would we remove that and take away some of that transparency, take away some of that understanding? To me, it doesn't make any sense. This gives us the latitude. You can or you can't. You choose to, you may not choose to. Any person during an election can stand up and say, I'd like a secret ballot. So I don't understand what the issue is here. This gives us the latitude, and so I would have to speak against that amendment.
Other discussion? My concern is not, about transparency. It's actually about the fact it relates to the specificity of the act where it specifically creates two exceptions. The default position of the MG is all votes are held in public, everyone, except in two circumstances added into the act as an amendment. It's section 185.1, which means it was not part of the amendment. It was something that had to be fixed later. And so the default is everything's open, except these are the two places where you can. And so that's why I would speak in favor of the amendment. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, on the question of the adoption of the amendment to delete the words which may be determined by secret ballot from 7.6, the amendment only, all those in favor? Opposed? So it's 5 and 3 and the amendment is defeated. On the 5 and 4, we have 9 now, right? On the adoption of is there any further discussion required on the adoption of the procedural bylaw? First reading. Seeing none, on the question of the adoption of the motion to move first reading of the procedural bylaw, all those in favor? Opposed? So it's 8 and 1. Is anyone willing to move second reading? Councillor Holland has moved second reading. She beat you, Councillor Cromwell. Councillor Holland has moved second reading of the procedural bylaw. Is there any further discussion? I will tell you that I will again vote opposed, specifically because this wasn't a bylaw amendment that was driven by council. And so the speed that it came through, I'm concerned that we also haven't taken the time to really go through and look at, are there any other amendments or adjustments we might make that impact delegations, public hearings, or any of the other processes in which we do business. Is anyone else willing to speak to the moving of second reading? Seeing none, on the question of the adoption of the motion for second reading of procedural bylaw 0102023, all those in favor? Opposed? So the count is 6 and 3, and the second reading is carried. Okay, next item of business is 6.4. Pardon me? No, I know for a fact, I will not get unanimous consent to move to third reading. So, but procedurally, the fact that the vote was not unanimous isn't the reason to not do it. We have to have a separate vote. Will there be unanimous consent? And on this one, I do think we need, I feel strong enough that we need to think about it. And there's no impact. This isn't a rush. Councillor Chamzik, your hand is in the air. Okay, 6.4. Is anyone willing to move first reading? Councillor Chamzik is moving first reading of 6.4, which is a land use bylaw amendment to go from Hamlet Commercial C1 to Highway Business District C3 for the portion of the identified lands identified as Unit 6. I assume within your motion, you're also moving to direct administration to schedule a public hearing for September 28th, 9:30 a.m.
Mr. Reeve, can we have two separate motions, please?
I don't think we require it, and
It makes it clearer, I think.
okay, we've
It would be-
historically not, but if one of the councillors chooses to split the question, then we.
Okay, no, if that's the council's approach.
Okay, Councillor Cromwell has requested a split vote. A split, not a split vote, split vote. On the question of giving first reading to bylaw 0062023, all those in favor? That is adopted 9-0. On the question of directing administration to advertise a public hearing on September 28th at 9:30 for this bylaw, all those in favor? That's adopted 9-0. And that item is carried. 6.5. Is anyone willing to move first reading of a bylaw to change from heavy industrial to agricultural district? Well, I'm looking down. I gotta read it. That's why I don't have it memorized. Be asking a little too much. Councillor Cromwell has moved first reading of bylaw to go from M2 to a bylaw number 0092023 to give first reading to bylaw 0092023 and to direct admin to schedule and advertise the public hearing for September 28th at 9:30.
Let me split the question, please.
Sure. Do you have a reason? Okay. And it's absolutely your right to split it whatever you want. It's completely unnecessary on things like this. On the adoption of the motion to give first reading to 0092023, all those in favor? That's 9-0. On the adoption of the motion to direct admin to schedule and advertise a public hearing on September 28th at 9:30 a.m. for the bylaw, all those in favor? And then Councillor Chamzik, your hand was up. You got to up. The count is 9-0 and the motion is adopted. Is Director Chernichen on her way? And she's there. Only I could do that with the water levels in Baptiste Lake, eh? All right, folks, we are at number 7. We've been 40 minutes in. We'll work through this and then take another break if that suits the table. 7.1 is operating and capital statement. There's a recommended motion to accept it for information. Is someone willing to move that? Councillor Cromwell has moved. We accept the operating and capital statements for information. Are there questions or comments? Councillor Minns.
I was just wondering, under the capital statement, 3 trucks were looked at being bought. And one was only ordered. Are we going to order a couple more trucks, or is that is that shut down?
No, the plan is to order them. They just haven't been ordered yet.
Oh, okay. And how come?
I think. Yeah, no, I think with the changes in director, the order hasn't happened yet.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Reeve, through the chair to you, Councillor Minns. Indeed, I've had that discussion with the interim director, and we are proceeding with the purchasing. And it was a matter of putting out the RFP or the tender. So there were some priorities. We got one done and then it slipped by, but it's underway right now.
Perfect. Thank you.
I had a question for the director related to that, but also can you give us an update on the phone system and the UPS upgrade? Because given that much of the success of the entity relies on a really solid IT backbone, a UPS the UPS system is pretty critical in filling that. Can you share with us what's happening?
So our IT contractor is doing the research for the project, but it hasn't started yet. And as for the phones, that one hasn't started yet either. We're just with staff turnover, people who were working on the project are no longer here, so we'll have to pick it up again.
Is it fair for council to understand that the phone upgrade will result in considerable cost savings once it's in place?
It should. That's the plan.
And then the final question, which is a little operational, but we know MCS Net is running fiber in. I saw them, out playing with the pole here. And is there fiber coming into the building as well to improve, are we gonna have a fiber hookup for the administrative staff to improve the speed?
I'd have to
internal?
look into that question.
If they're gonna tie it to the stick outside, it seems like it's pretty close. We'll use Wi-Fi from there. Any further questions on this? Councillor Holland.
Thank you. Getting back to and thank you, Councilman, for reminding me, getting back to the preliminary engineering. I noticed, of course, there's a $275,800 budget for that. Are we anticipating that full amount will be used?
I'd have to confer with Jocelyn. She's manages these projects, and so I don't want to speak to it when I don't know the answer.
No, and I appreciate that. It's just when I'm looking at these amounts where, we're between what we discussed for the removal, the erosion, and now this, where, $500,000. It's a big chunk of change, so I'd like to get a little bit of a handle on it. Thank you.
Mr. Eve, if I could respond. Staff are super sensitive and cautious in the expenditure of budget dollars. I found that almost from week one when I joined the organization. I could confirm for you, if it's not necessary to spend the dollars, we will not be spending them. So my anticipation is that we set a budget, we will stay within the budget and oftentimes well under the budget.
Any further questions on the operating capital statements? Councillor Grilic.
So when this is all in place, as if there would be a situation.
Sorry, this is beyond the implementation of the phone system. So and depending on the phone system, it could be set up to still have the receptionist answer the phone and direct the calls, or it could be set up with the receptionist answers the calls. If their line is busy, you have the automated message system. I think the message we had received in the past from council was that the preference was to still have the receptionist in person answer the call versus going to an automated receptionist.
Councillor Mintz.
But one more, and I don't know, maybe the CAO can answer it. Splain Culvert, we were having issues with getting the land, and then the landowners came back and said, yes, they would. But it had already been maybe pushed back for a year. Is that actually going ahead now that the landowners were okay with signing off on the land?
Mr. Ebe, through the chair, the plan is to be proceeding with that particular project. I'm not sure exactly the timing for it, but I can check with the director and with the public works manager to confirm that
Okay.
and respond.
Perfect, thank you.
So the question is on the adoption of the motion to approve the operating and capital statements. All those in favor? It's 9-0 and the motion is adopted. Next item of business is 7.3. The admin report has a recommendation that council accept this report as information. Is there anyone willing to move that motion? Councillor Chamzik has moved. Do we accept the report as information? Any comments? Councillor Holland?
Thank you. I noticed in the report that it mentioned that the land CR1 was considered as substandard. And I was just wondering if through the chair to the director, if there's a way of how that is defined as being substandard?
Can you give her a page number reference, Councillor Holland, if it's handy to
I
you?
didn't highlight it. I apologize. I was just quickly making my notes, but in the decision, I believe it was reasons for the decision, the land use bylaw states the proposed developments on existing substandard lots which do not meet the provisions of this bylaw shall be considered by the development authority. The development authority may or may not issue a development permit for the site having regard to the limitations of the site. So I was just curious how they determined that this lot was substandard.
Well,
time
by
period, it wasn't
definition, within the land use bylaw, it is a substandard lot.
Okay, so and how is that, like, what does that look like?
I think it relates to size on this parcel.
Yeah, it relates to the size. It's less than an acre.
Okay,
Yeah, so I mean, I could read you the definition of substandard.
no, I appreciate you giving me what I needed to hear. No, I appreciate that. Thank you. And I just, my last question was Alberta Environment Forestry, their concerns that were mentioned, have they been addressed?
In that, like, what do you mean?
They mentioned that there was, sorry, I should have highlighted this and I apologize. I was just, they mentioned somewhere in here that forestry has an issue.
Right, so the Alberta Environment Standard verbiage is no development within 30 meters of the shoreline. Or top of bank, I guess. So that's their standard verbiage. However, it's, they've told they've told our department that at the end of the day, it's up to the municipality to make these determinations. They make suggestions when we refer things to them. And I mean, that was part of the decision that MPC made based on, that this development was within 30 meters of the top bank. But you have to also remember that this is a substandard lot and 30 meters is almost in their existing structures, right?
Thank you. That makes more sense now for an individual in my brain. Just one last question, I guess it would be through the chair to admin. With these decisions and this information, is it being added to our website for public viewing?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Where would we find it? Is it, or is that under?
It's added to, it was added to that initial post, I believe. I think it's also. Okay, so it's on the news and notices that if you open up that up, it should be indicated there and all the documentation's on a single post.
Okay, may I make a motion
No, there's a motion on the floor.
after you?
Sure,
Thank you.
we'll reserve that. Councillor Cromwell, you had asked to speak?
I was just going to clarify to Councillor Holland, but Director Wilkinson did vote where that 30 meters actually ended up because of how that is laid out.
This was one that I'd hope to talk to too, because I mean, I'm concerned, that an MPC decision is overturned over what ultimately looks like a fairly flimsy reason. And my hope is that SDAB would respect the decision of MPC unless they find they make an error and not simply substitute their own judgment for that of the development authority. Now, in this case, we're well past the appeal period and there's nothing we can do, but the idea that, well, we did it in the past or the neighbor has it, or those reasons don't work for me. I mean, if we're trying to get stuff farther back from the lakeshore, then we need to start enforcing stuff getting farther back from the lakeshore. And I've had a number of phone calls, many of them not from people in our municipality, concerned over water levels in a particular lake and their development, which is really close to the lakeshore, being at risk. development near the lake is likely to get hurt by ice at some point, and so I just, well, I support the motion to accept it for information. I'm concerned that the decision was overturned, and then that it didn't come any forward at a time frame that we council could have provided some direction to appeal if they'd felt that there was reasons to appeal. Councillor Mins?
I feel the same way. We didn't, as an NPC, we didn't want to see any more structures built closer to the lake just due to the fact that lakes rise and lakes fall, ice comes up, ice goes down. It's I'm just, and this is just a quick quote or not quote, but a quick thought is, when are the two neighbors going to come in and ask to have a building put on their lot? It's just my point.
Any further, Councillor Anderson?
Thank you. And maybe the director can answer my question, but I noticed that there's no, on the decision, it doesn't list the members of SDAB who sat in on this hearing. It's signed by the chair, but it doesn't readily list who was sitting on the hearing. Do we type these? Do we type the decision on SDAB's behalf, or would we be able to request that that be added to future decisions, that it's easily referenced which members of SDAB were sitting on each decision when we're deciding who to appoint to SDAB?
Yeah, it can be added. It's the clerk of the SDAB that types the decision, takes that information from the board, and
I'm gonna have to point of order that.
Sorry, the point of order comes to me, Councillor Cromwell. Can you state your point? Just
Point of
and-
order,
and a point of order, just for reference. What part of the procedural bylaw have we departed from?
procedurally, nothing, I find.
Then it's not eligible.
Okay.
As a point of order. Okay, is there any further discussion? We've been around once. I think this is a pretty straightforward issue. I'm not keen to turn it into a 2-hour debate. I'm just looking at the clock. Unless the whole table thinks we should hit this for 3 or 4 more times. On the question of the adoption of the motion to accept this for information, all those in favor? The vote, the count is 9-0 and the motion's adopted. Councillor Holland, you had another motion you wanted to make.
I do, but I have a small feeling that you're going to require more information, so I will put a notice of
Is it
motion.
something that council should have? Like, is
Time,
it-
yes, you should, yeah, so I'll just put a notice of motion out there that I would like to see, how I would like to see a little bit, how it's reported on our website, the subdivision and appeal boards, decision, so I'll put in an RFD for that.
Perfect. Thank you for that. We are at item number 7.4, organizational restructuring. Oh, you guys want to? Well, it's almost 2. We could do that. It's been almost an hour. Do we want to, is this going to be a long one, or do we want to do 7.4 and then break? Right, I put that on. Why did I put that on? I had one question. So is someone willing to move the recommended motion that council approve the organizational restructuring as proposed? Councillor Anderson has moved. From a discussion point of view, the question I had related to this is just how come the records management position is still vacant? That seems like a pretty critical role in what we do, and was just wondering if we could have an update on what was happening to fill that critical role.
It's been a matter of time and priority. And it's been on the bottom of the list. It's starting to move up as we've said, filled the other positions. It is critical to the organization, and that'll be one of our next moves.
Okay, any further discussion? On the question of the adoption of the motion to approve the restructuring as proposed, all those in favor? The count is 8-0 and the motion is adopted. How long do you want? 7 minutes? 7 minutes after, how about? We'll be back. Back to order at 8 minutes after 2. The next item of business on the agenda is number 7.5, Tri-Council meeting. There is no recommended motion here. Of course, this is an item that is up for discussion. About what items do Councillor Kapitanek, are you ready to join us? This item is where we decide collectively what we'd like to see on the agenda to discuss with our partners. And I think probably the best bet is just kind of a roundtable discussion on what we want to see. I know I can lead that by saying Mayors Durko and Belay, and there's some community groups started work around after the STARS presentation and visit earlier this summer around helipads in the region. And so that's something that's on that they want on the agenda. But the rest, healthcare, housing, I can't, I suspect that came from maybe Mayor Durko or Belay. From Mayor Belay. And then the rest, I don't really know. Councillor Chamzik, then Holland.
And these are collective thoughts or just more of our thoughts of everything that's on that?
What the question really is, what are we going to put on the agenda for the Tri-Council meeting? Our neighbors have said they want healthcare, housing and the regional helipad renewal as items to come forward. And I'm not sure if their CAOs have sent anything else to the
Okay,
admin or not.
thank you.
So what does council want to add? Councillor Holland, you had your hand up.
Thank you. I just had a question through the chair to CAO Vincent. Will there be more items coming from our municipal partners? I just understand there were some more topics that they were bringing forward
I haven't checked my email today, but
so far.
so far, this is what I've received today.
Okay, I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
So who's put trails on, and can you share with us why that's like why that should be a council priority to go to the meeting?
If I may, because this impacts several municipalities. So we've got Boyle, we've got Athabasca, as well as ourselves, potentially others. I think it's really important to have that conversation as a region.
Normally, we have an idea of what's coming. What's the position or advocacy? What's the ask with trails?
I guess it would be to take the what we've learned today, take that and report to them, as well as to discuss the bigger picture and discuss more options and discuss all the implications that this could possibly have. I believe that our municipal partners would also like to be involved.
Okay, and the rest. Councillor Wallach.
Just to expand on that, so Councillor Holland will be doing the presentation on this.
I certainly could
Okay.
try, but it's not going to be very pretty.
And well, secondly, like they spoke today, like the town has already passed a bylaw saying they have trails through there. Boyle's on board. Is this a topic that really needs to be talked about at the Tri-Council? I understand you're wanting to expand, but that's also the association's prerogative to come to us with it, not our prerogative to go to them with it.
Well, and if I may
Yeah.
respond, I believe that it's extremely important, according to our strat plan, that we're looking at all different options that will benefit our region. And so just to accept one small presentation when there could be further discussion and further input from our regional partners, I think it's extremely important.
Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I see that there's a couple of presentations or delegations listed on this admin report, and I have to say that given that we have a photo opportunity before this, and then we are out of town, and we usually have fairly lengthy discussions at this meeting as well as a meal served. I am opposed to having any presentations or delegations at this one, just because I think it's going to be a long enough meeting as it is. It's going to be a really long day, and I just really think that we need to be more conscious about the time frame that we are asking councilors from 3 whole municipalities to attend.
I don't remember us discussing these as a council, so maybe Councillor Cromwell, you can enlighten us on what's happening and advocate that these should be part of the tri-council meeting?
Well, I definitely agree that having representatives from all three of our neighboring municipalities, including ours, hear about the community safety, the projects, the opportunities, the things that are being worked on for the betterment of all three communities is paramount. By having a representative from the RCMP come down and virtually and give us some information and some tips that all three can use are there for the people of our communities. What would you like to know? I don't understand how community safety and is something we don't want to talk about.
Council Wong.
I guess question to admin, is there internet at Amber Valley? There's.
Councillor Capitani.
I would just like to,
I think there was interest.
I'm just gonna echo Councillor Anderson. It's not that these things aren't important, but this, is it emergent right now? This is gonna be a long day for a lot of people, and I'm looking at just this, could be 2 meetings without the additions of the other municipalities. These things could be at another meeting that doesn't have such a stretched out date. Same.
So typically what we've done in my memory, which again, is not foolproof, we've agreed as a group what items are going. And that's the point of the discussion. We collectively say what items do we want to be on the agenda and build consensus and support to put that into the regional meeting agenda. So let's, is there anything else that we want to bring up with our regional partners? I mean, some of the Regional Economic Development Committee I have a note here that says through them, a land database for development parcels. There's some things that might be useful as we work on economic development to get our partners and our neighbors on side with. Do we want a single database that if you're looking for land, you can go to, or is it something we just do in-house and they do in-house? And that might be a topic for a different meeting as well. But I know Westlock's doing a fair bit of work on their mapping to have it fairly easy. If you said, I need some industrial land to put up some new venture I want to do, that you can go to that site and kind of get a fairly, my understanding is a fairly quick idea of what your options might be. M-zone land is in this region. Maybe someone out there has got it for sale. Okay, so in terms of items we want on the agenda, are we willing to take some motions and set up what we want to be on the agenda? Snowmobile trails. We got a motion to add that to the tri-council agenda. Councillor Holland has moved. We add snowmobiles to the tri-council agenda. Any further discussion? Seeing none on the question of the adoption of the motion to add snowmobile trails to the tri-council agenda, all those in favor? Okay, opposed. The count is 7 and 2. That's adopted. Other items? Helipad and healthcare are in from our partners. Councillor Anderson, then Councillor Crumble.
I'd like to see some discussion around Highway 63 rescue and possibly community peace officers. What our regional partners need from us, maybe, and what we need to advocate for when we have opportunities. I'd also like Boyle Hospital to remain on the tri-council agenda for discussion there.
So Councillor Anderson has proposed that we add the Boyle Hospital as a topic to touch on, and Highway 63 rescue and the advocacy issues as items. It's 2 items. If you want to split it, we can, if you're happy with both. Highway 63 rescue and the advocacy and updates on that. That's not probably a long conversation, but on that subject, I know the mayors Durko and Belay are going to AUMA in September. And there is a conversation with Minister Dreeshen. They're organizing that, and they did reach out and ask, is there anything, you know, from the county side that you think would be important to advocate on behalf of? And so, you know, knowing we had this kind of stuff coming up, I said, well, I think, you know, things that connect with all three of us, the ones that I can think of are the Highway 63 rescue and the impact on the region, and the Alpac Bridge refurbishment, but there's, you know, there's also the hospital, but that's not exactly transportation's wheelhouse. So that, but the assumption for me was that, you know, as we progress through the tri-council, our collective position on that would become clear, and then when they go and sit down with the minister, that can be part of the discussion. Councillor Chamzak.
I think that these are excellent topics. Are you able to also attend with some of those meetings at AM or
Oh,
whatever?
yes, no, the whole plan is that, like, I'm at their request attending AM, and you know, there to sit in the second row and say, this has come up amongst our municipalities, and we stand with our neighbors on these things where that's the case.
Fantastic.
So on the question, Councillor Anderson moved that we do add Highway 63 rescue and the Alpac Bridge advocacy as items. It's been asked to split that into 2 votes on the question of adding Highway 63 rescue as a topic. All those in favor? So is that 9? No opposed? Okay. That item motion is adopted. On adding the Alpac, we'll call it the Alpac Bridge advocacy as a topic for discussion. All those in favor? It's 9-0. And sorry, the Alpac Bridge. That wasn't yours. Yours was the Boyle Hospital. I apologize, folks. That was one I wrote down as my idea that was in the list. But she just got credit for it, so nobody bothered to correct that. Hey, I noticed that. You're all just. But see. If you catch it, you can call me out. Boyle Hospital as a topic for updating and discussion what's happening. I hope by then we've got a little bit better news. I know I could share with you that AHS knows who these folks are that are coming, the nurses. I can't remember, they're either here or very close to here. I think they're here in training. We know where they're from. It's not the Philippines. I think one's from Barbados and one's from somewhere else. When I spoke to John Burton at AHS, he was very positive about their qualifications and excited to have them on the way. But again, I can't remember the names and all that, but AHS will release that when it's appropriate. So on the question of adding Boyle Hospital to the tri-council agenda, all those in favor? Okay, that's 9-0 and that's adopted. Leah's writing all that down. Other motions, Councillor Cromwell, you put your hand up.
I would like to see community safety encompassing rave, project capture, rural crime watch, and the delegation from the RCMP added to the agenda.
Okay. So when you just said that, that's both of those, right? Those 2 bullets?
Yes, they are actually 1 bullet point.
Okay.
They were just split into 2.
Okay.
But community safety and captures everything down below.
Okay, just so that when I repeat it, I want to make sure I understood it. Councillor Cromwell's moved that we add the presentation on community safety, the delegation on the RAV platform, project capture, crime watch from K Division. Comments or discussion? Councillor Minns, and then
I think everybody's probably gonna wonder could you give us an idea how long the delegation would be if you figure?
We can, she'll prepare it as we need. 15 minutes, 20 minutes would be more than sufficient. Less time than the Alberta Hub presentation, for example. We could definitely do it in a time frame.
Okay. Given the list, I worry that this is someone that'd be better for a better internet service place and one where council has had a chance, but Councillor.
Thanks.
Anderson.
Given
good
that
stuff.
all 3 of the councils regularly meet with our local law enforcement leaders, what topic specific to our region would be for discussion that differs from topics that we would have with people who are actually on the ground and working in our community?
Well, the information that we have on how the RAVE platform works, how it's implemented for you, how project capture works, things that our detachments are just learning how to do right now, how rural crime watch chapters work, how we can safeguard our communities, our farms. Tips for public safety, a lot of the information that we're not given in steps from our commanding officers.
Okay, on the question, any further discussion? The question of the adoption of the motion to add community, sorry, go ahead.
I am a little bit worried is, I mean, we do have a big thing. We have RMA coming up. These types of things that we are overloading ourselves with what will be topics that need to be moved on sooner rather than later. Not that I want to delay anything by any means. I think it's very important topics. But I'm just wondering right now if this is the appropriate timing as we are moving into our busy season, as you could put it.
So thank you. On the question of the adoption of the motion to include a delegation on community safety, the RAV platform, the capture project, rural crime, etc. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is 3 and 6, and the motion fails. Is there any other items we want to add to the tri-council agenda? Given that we're already getting fairly long and we're not sure that our neighbors don't have any others. I don't think we've made a series of motions about what items go to the agenda. I don't think we need a wrap up motion to direct anything. It's an informal meeting, and
Just for clarification, helipad is on.
that's coming on from mayors Dirko and Belay, and there's been some wider community conversation. I'm not even sure that to say that that's a council project. It's just something we need to be aware of that's happening in the community, that there's, you know, no, uprising is probably not the right word. I should get at the source, but some attention being brought to those two items. And the healthcare housing is one that they've asked to be on there as well.
Wonderful, thank you.
Mr. Reeve, just 2 points of
Yep.
clarification. One, just to confirm, if we do receive any further items from our partner municipalities, they get automatically added to the
That's
agenda.
how we've tended to operate. They pop on a few that they want, we pop on a few that we want, and we get together and hope for the best in terms of how many hours we're going to be there.
Okay, and second one, if anyone has any background information for any of the items that we're submitting, if we get that into Leah ASAP, because she'll be preparing the agenda, realizing that meeting is 1 week from today.
And Councillor Holland, given that you're, the trails guru, would you, when that comes to the floor though, I'm hoping that you'll be the one that, it'll go to the floor will go to you, and you'll be able to articulate, this is why this is here, this is what I want to make everybody aware of, and what I'm hoping is the outcome. Okay, and that's tends how it works, right? When something comes on from Boyle, they speak to it. Something comes on from us, we speak to it. We are on number 7.7. Councillor Holland, you put that on the agenda. Is there anyone willing to move the motion to start with, to open the discussion? Councillor Anderson. Councillor Anderson has moved that admin be directed to provide a report on systems that are in place to validate or test results of our assessment process for discussion at the next committee of the whole. Councillor Holland, did you have any?
Yes.
I assume you put it on because you had a question. So
I did. I have a question. So in the discussion, it mentions that after the release of the 2023 property assessment and tax notices, multiple questions were received regarding significant changes in year-over-year assessed property values that did not appear to be supported by changes in historic market values. Do we have, when it says multiple calls, how many calls? Who were they
I
made
didn't
to?
keep track. A lot of those calls came, like a number of calls came to me, and when I looked at the changes in assessment relative to what would be defendable market changes, it made me have a couple of questions. And so the motion here, though, was not to micromanage or analyze or redo the work of the assessor, because that's our administration's job. It's to say, as an auditor, which our governance and auditor, which is our role, it's to get administration to explain to us what systems do they use to test to make sure this stuff makes sense. And when I've look at assessments on a regular basis, and when I look at assessment changes, across a range of properties, some of them similar, some of them dissimilar. There are a variety of year-over-year changes in assessment that are both internally inconsistent and not from the data that I have access to, not necessarily supported by the market. So it's the request is to say to admin, tell us how you validate that this is all working the way we'd expect it to work.
Okay, and I appreciate where you're going. However, I'm wondering if there is that many actual residents, like I've never had these questions come to me. I was understood that we were expecting an assessment increase. It was in the news that we were expecting an assessment increase.
We didn't know. I'm gonna.
I guess what I'm
Don't
just,
confuse assessment with tax rate.
okay, I guess what I'm just trying to get at here is, do we need to load administration up any further at this time? When has anybody else received these questions?
Well,
Okay, and there have been multiple, like we're talking here.
well, but given that the number one source of revenue for the county is based on assessment, our job is to ask, how do we know that we're getting good data? And if you find more than one place where you just wonder, I mean, so from an auditing standpoint, does admin come back and say, we randomly select 100 properties and look at whether this makes sense? Like, our job is to test the systems that are in place, not to micromanage them, not to redo them. So that's what's driving this.
No, and I appreciate that. It's just I hear time and time again that we have people in place that we trust their expertise, we trust what's happening. And so I'm just thinking it's another load onto administration at this time that they may not have time for.
Other comments? Councillor Anderson was on there.
Thanks. Just to speak to the motion, I've actually heard from 4 different residents with multiple properties each that had concerns about the way their property is currently being assessed or how the system works to make sure that their assessment was correct. And so I would be very interested in hearing, how do we know that it's working the way so that when we get asked those questions, it's we know and we understand how those checks and balances are in place. And so that we can make sure that, people are assured that we are doing what we say we're doing.
Councillor Greenwood?
That's the number one bill that they get every year from us, right? And we want to make sure that. So
For a number of years in the past, we had an assessment appeal board hearing. If people were not satisfied with their questions about their assessment, they came before the assessment appeal board and it was examined and checked out. I don't know, I haven't heard of an assessment appeal board for a long time, but
we're currently appealing one at the Court of King's Bench.
Yeah, but
Oh, sorry, this reassigned it back to us to.
yeah, but it used to be a 2-day affair. There was lots of assessment appeals. And that doesn't seem to be happening anymore, but that's where people would bring their concerns and their complaints.
Right.
Okay, so further comments from others who haven't spoken, because
Just want to respond.
other comments from anyone who hasn't spoken. So I think, rather than go around 100 times, this is pretty straightforward. Either we want to test whether we're doing it or we don't. So I think probably the answer, given it's 2:30, is to look to the question. On a question of the adoption of a motion to ask admin to provide a report on systems that are in place to validate the results of our assessment process for discussion at committee of the whole, all those in favor? Opposed? So we are 6 and 3 and the motion is adopted. The next 2 are done. Snowmobile trails, 7.10. This was our presentation from this morning. That's there's a recommendation there. Is there anybody that wants to move the motion or an alternate motion? Councillor Holland, your hand is up.
Thank you. I'm not going to move the recommendation. I would actually like to table this, of course, as we're going to have a discussion at Tri-Council, and also to then further bring that back to the November Committee of the Whole.
So
Or
before
if we have a November Committee of the Whole meeting.
So before you move the tabling motion, do you want to create a space for us to discuss what more information we'd like?
Well, if this motion's on the table, then you have that.
Okay,
discussion.
so
correct?
let's have you first move that motion, the recommended motion, and then you can do a tabling motion once we've got an idea what we want for
So you're
bring it
saying
back.
if we table it, we'd have no
ta-
discussion?
tabling motions are discussion free.
So you'd like to have that space before I make that motion?
I'm suggesting to you, if you want information, it would be helpful to admin to know what information you want. Okay. He makes the recommended motion, Counselor Gerlich, Counselor Holland, we know is going to table this in 5 seconds. What information would you like? Counselor Wallach, and then Counselor Cromwell, is your hand up? You're on deck.
They had added an extra road that they would like to add on to that. I believe, can't remember
Right.
where.
Okay.
Yeah, can we add that to the motion?
Okay, so
Yeah, secondly, I would like to see this proceed because I don't want to hang them up from progression. It's September tomorrow. Snow's coming. By the time we get to this in November, it'll be too late. So I would like to see this progress. I understand Councillor Holland's wanting it to come back, but let's start baby steps here and let them do their thing and then move forward with that.
I'm going to speak to it early in the thing and say, I find it really exciting to see the tourism potential and the spine and branch kind of program they talk about. But I'd like to, a little bit more information personally to feel comfortable with it, both on the Alberta transportation rules, because I had a different impression from a conversation I had with someone at AT. That they weren't thrilled about snowmobiles in the highway right away. So I think we need to have a clear understanding about, is it ours to do or theirs to do? And then secondly, I don't know, I mean, I float this for the wisdom around the table, but is this the route? Do we want to ask them to do an open house in advance of approving this, just to get a sense of, you know, what the general feeling for this route is amongst people whose places it will go by, recognizing you're always going to get, I'd rather it went by your house than my house, but and the fact that, you know, snowmobilers will drive in the ditches anyway, so it's not exactly something you can completely prevent probably. But I still, to me, the idea that there's a bit of an open house and discussion might be meaningful. And so those are the 2 pieces of information that I'd like, as much as I'd like to see it progress and them develop, you know, a much broader network of, what would you call them, spikes? I think I just said you were on deck and I jumped in front of you. Councillor Cromwell, my apologies, the floor is yours.
That's your privilege as chair.
Well, no, I shouldn't have, I just forgot.
You know, you brought up public consultation, and that was on my list here, that we have a duty to those people to get their opinion on what's going to happen. I also want to know more about the approaches, who owns them and how will that be handled if we have 22 sleds going over approach number 3 today. So I
Approaches
need a
owned
little
by
bit more
the
information about
county.
that.
Yeah, I think we're probably the consensus would be you don't own your approach, the county owns your approach.
Right, so that gets. We have an elderly person that pays for snow plowing, and the next day they groom and you have 20 sleds coming over. Now half their driveway is covered in snow again. That is what I'm getting at. We need information on how that's going to be handled.
Councillor, I saw Capitanic and then Mins.
I'd like to move ahead with this now. I absolutely 100% believe that without groomed trails, you will have just as many snowmobilers. You have snowmobilers going over approaches all the time. It very rarely does it do too much unless there's like a lot of fresh snow. But if they're grooming, they're going to make sure that the approaches are cleaned. And that's what I think we're missing here, is that putting someone in charge gives people more of a path to be on, will actually make things nicer for the people that are along the route. I'm all for doing a survey, but I wouldn't support the expense of an open house. You can
Well, I think that's
do a mail out.
probably there, just to interrupt, you, that might be their job to do, not ours.
Okay, I'm just saying, if we were going to, you know, that's not something I would even expect, but I'm fairly certain that this isn't going to just bring a whole bunch of ruffian sledders into our community. If anything, the people that use these trails and groom them promote,
The snow angels.
they promote economic response or environmental responsibility, staying on the trails and not busting through fields and other people's property. There's just a lot, so many good things about having a place to go. If you didn't have a road to drive on, how would you get to work? You'd find a way, right? So if the road's there, you're more likely to use it. And
Would, trying to, so Councillor Mins and then Chamzak are on deck.
Harley Davidson doesn't make a skidoo yet, so. With my extensive experience with the trail system out west, they do an amazing job on approaches. They do actually watch. They would make it more safe for a sled to travel from, let's say, Athabasca to Boyle. It may bring in, all of a sudden, maybe myself might decide, hey, why don't we go to Boyle today? A lot of people, all of a sudden, they decide, hey, why don't we go over to Flatbush and hit the hit the the gas station there, and they'll fly over there with there's machines and come back on the Skidoo Trail, and it's a great experience. The approaches, they do amazing job. They'll push across, or they'll pull ahead and backblade, bring it on. I've never seen them really leave any amount of a windrow, like a little edge maybe across, but nothing that you couldn't step over. And they do an amazing job. The odd time, we get the odd person might get a little cranky with the wing something over on top of the trail, but hopefully it doesn't happen all the time. It's they do a great job in the western part of the county, and they do make the trail safer.
Councillor Anderson. Oh, sorry, you're next, Councillor Anderson. I've got a dot beside your name, Councillor Chamzak.
When I hear that, that's wonderful to know. And I've heard many accolades, and I love the idea of multi-generation recreation coming out. And I also, our landowners do play a big part within our county, and I do have a firm belief that I think it would be a benefit for the public consultation component of it coming first, just to have that public support behind it and see where this has the potential to grow. And then, maybe they'll get that feedback with their open house to see if other communities are open and wanting that as well.
Councillor Anderson, Councillor Holland, I've got you afterwards.
Thank you. While I'm in support of consulting the landowners that the trail would run adjacent to, I wouldn't be in support of trying to force a local group to do a public open house or a large scale public consultation of that sort for something that it's built of snow. It's only going to be there for a little while. There's the opportunity to move the signage up, for the next year if something doesn't work out. But I really do think that their reputation in our community for the group and how well they care for their trails that they currently have, and the respect for property along those trails makes me more willing to approve it today and to give them the opportunity to build on that network and build more members in our community and provide a great recreational opportunity for so many people in our community. So I'm in favor of the motion. And I think that the club undertaking it, since it's an established club with such a great reputation, really bears a lot of weight to me.
So Councillor Holland, I mean, in terms of the process, and would there be a more reasonable balance or a compromise in the middle? Because there is some of that information that people want around ATs right of way and other things, to table it only to the next council meeting. And that gives us a little bit of time to gather that information. And then, I mean, if you're gonna propose a tabling motion, that might have a better chance of passing. And the other thing that I think, I mean, I would add, because I can, I guess, trying to learn from things we've messed up in the past, or not messed up, trying to learn from decisions we've made in the past that maybe we might have done a little bit differently. I would wonder if it would make sense to council, once we actually do go to an approval, to do it on both a trial basis. So it's kind of singles, we're gonna just test it. It's temporary, trial basis for 1 year, and then and to not hold it up for an actual full-on public consultation, but to look at what happens during the year and listen to people as we go. It may be apparent in one of our other open houses. If we do an open house, we can have a little corner to talk about that, or we may just be able to test what's going on via the feedback we get from the people who are impacted. So it kind of balances not obstructing something that sounds really good, but also creating an out if it's not working. We've got a 1 year trial basis to see it. Anyway, the floor is yours.
No, and I appreciate that.
But I want to say, because once you say you want to table it, then I got to call a question.
I hear you. I love the idea of the Great Canadian Snowmobile Trail. Absolutely adore it. I think it's just an amazing venture to take, and an amazing asset that we would have in our community. I'm struggling for a couple of different reasons. Public engagement on this is huge. I can guarantee you there will be opposition along that route. There are other less invasive routes that can be taken that have not been explored enough. So I fully believe that those less invasive routes, which are less impact on approaches, et cetera, that we should be looking at that, not just one option. I think this is extremely rushed. I understand their urgency, but this has been going on since 1992. So we're rushing into something, as far as I'm concerned, that is actually, even on a trial basis, would be an issue, rather than looking at it as a whole, looking at the big picture, and then focusing and routing that to make that happen, make that into there. Alberta Transportation as well, I would definitely want to see their full-on support before even going forward with this. The direct route that he mentioned is not always the best route. There are, like I mentioned, definitely less invasive. I think it's extremely irresponsible of us not to hold a public engagement. I think that is so vital to have this in place, with the blessing of the people who it impacts. The way everybody's speaking is there's going to be funneling a lot of machines going through that area. So I am not in favor of pushing this through today at all. I would like to table it, and I will take your suggestion of the next council meeting if that's suitable for council. Otherwise, it would be a committee of the whole. There is zero reason why these people are still not able to go that route. They're doing it now. I mean, there's people are ditch banging there now, so it's not going to impede anybody or halt that route at all. I mean, so the other problem with it is, as you mentioned, the responsibility, as I said, the polka rally created a whole pile of people going nuts all over somebody else's field. So there is, and like you said, well, nobody said anything, and well, we don't have anybody who's really able to, enforce that. So I really struggle with that, considering how much farmland we're looking at. And I really am concerned about the safety of ditch banging, period, end. There's a reason why you're not on ditches in the highways. There is a safety concern. There's also erosion concerns. The more traffic you get, the more impact it is. And what does that now do for our budget that we're now having to repair? So I think we have to discuss this at a bigger level and the bigger picture, rather than just slam this through because it's an easy peasy answer, which to me is the wrong answer. So I would like to table this, please.
So if I've sifted out the things I think I heard in the preamble to the tabling motion, you'd like to table it to the next council meeting, with admin bringing information on the rules for the highway right-of-ways to council?
Yep, for sure, to have Alberta Transportation's blessing. What that does, of course, that kind of traffic does in the ditches, I guess you can say.
Well, just whose jurisdiction?
Sorry?
Whose jurisdiction is it is probably the question. Is it ours or theirs?
Absolutely. Well, we know it's our jurisdiction in the municipality, but it's not on the provincial highways.
She has. Do I have it clear? So Councillor Holland has moved to table to the next council meeting with admin to bring information on the Alberta Transportation right of ways. Specifically, I'm not sure. I think I was thinking something different than you, but
Whether, yeah,
if it's legal and
from my understanding through the Traffic Act, you can cross those right of ways.
it's not crossing, can you drive down them?
Right.
You just cross.
Right, yeah, crossing they're allowed to.
Yeah.
Okay, so council has made a motion to table to the next council meeting with admin bringing information about Alberta transportation right of ways. It's a non-debatable motion, but to approve the tabling motion kills the discussion, moves it on, and we can pick it up at that time on September the 12th. All those in favor? Opposed? So it is 6-3, and the motion to table to the next council meeting is adopted. We are at item 8.1A. And then we'll take another break close to 3, but hopefully by then we're mostly through this. Councillor Holland, I think you added this to the agenda.
Yes.
Do you want to
Oh,
make a
you're
motion?
A. Yeah.
So first.
Yeah.
So on the correspondence, first of all, is there a motion to accept them as information?
I'll make that motion. Accept the information.
So Councillor Mins has moved to accept 8.1A as information. Councillor Holland, did you have a comment you wanted to make on the letter?
That was me.
Oh, it was you, sorry. That's what.
You mentioned not a problem. I was just wondering why this letter came out what was the reason for the letter? Does anybody know? Like it's not a new thing.
No, I have no idea. This is the first time I personally saw it in the agenda package, but the way I read it, it's just that continuous reminder that the positioning that these are the things we're doing, don't forget to make use of them at every opportunity possible, whether it's local physicians or local nurses or.
Yeah, just a friendly reminder. I was just wondering what.
Because people change at HS and he's been in the role for a while, but Mr. Burton has, probably didn't receive the original letter because it would have been Miss Schmelze.
Yeah. Okay, no, that's the only reason I was wondering why this came over. But thank you.
Any further discussion on that letter? On the question of the adoption of the motion to accept it for information, all those in favor? That's carried 9-0. Councillor Holland, are you willing to move a motion to accept the letter under, or is someone going to move a motion on 8.1B to accept for information?
I can do that. Thank you.
And then discussion?
May I?
Yep.
Yeah, I was just, I'm really liking the idea, of course, regionalizing discussions and our municipal partners getting together and working together and such an important topic. I really appreciate that. My question basically is I do see, in addition to support to provide local healthcare professional recruitment organizations, we're lobbying for more doctors, healthcare professionals, collaborating with AHS on a plan to formalize regionalizing our healthcare resources to improve community health outcomes. Regionalizing our healthcare resources, can I get a bit more of a definition on what that means, please?
The discussions that occurred around it that I was part of are just that idea of talking and making sure we're looking at supporting each other and recognizing that the doctors in the Athabasca region and the Boyle region understand the services that are available in Lac La Biche. So it's just that. It's about being able to say, you need a CT scan, you can go to Lac La Biche or West, not just, you can do it in West Lawn. And really, some of this was driven around getting the opportunity to sit down with our MLAs to make sure they're aware of the challenges in the region and the work that's together, and to show the support of all the local municipalities are doing the same things. We're all kind of doing it together. Like we're all kind of doing it on our own, but also we have each other's back while we're doing it. Lac La Biche needs some doctors. Actually, they need quite a few, but they've got an anesthetist coming, making sure that everybody's aware of that, and that some of the AHS internal roadblocks are not creating more problems.
Okay.
So that's
do we, I guess my understanding is that AHS has the information on what every healthcare center can provide. So is this just to update them on what's, because I'm
making sure that-
assuming they've already got that information and then they're filtering it out so that
I-
all other physicians can send
I
somebody to
know
Mont
Mayor
or send somebody
Jericho
somewhere
was
else.
wanting to make sure that the Lac La Biche Hospital doesn't get forgotten. It's got a fairly new surgical suite there. And you know, and to the extent possible to work with the AHS folks in this area to say like, don't forget us, you can come here too. And in order to have their surgical facility and obstetrics be successful, they need to maintain, you know, some kind of volume and then, you know, comments that were made by Mayor Durko would relate to the idea that, you know, maybe there are opportunities for the doctors who are coming to Boyle to do some crossover work in Lac La Biche based on different scopes of practice to help make the areas more attractive and to just make sure that, you know, it's a rural area. We're not being forgotten and we're not left to just, oh, they can just go to the city.
No, and I appreciate that. No, thank you for that
And so,
clarity.
like, these are, I mean, you know, these are challenging discussions because it's very narrow. Got to think very carefully about what council's been talking about and where we are in terms of our position and stay in the lines of council's been advocating for this. And we, you know, but also being able to say to our regional partners, we have your back and we support you because we're fighting the same fight and
Understood.
and the chance to sit down with those two guys.
No, I appreciate that. I was just concerned that AHS was behind in some information. It wasn't being filtered out. Because generally, like I say, they are the ones who send out those lists on
And
where to go.
AHS has, you know, the way they on a different heading and a different day or over coffee, there's some, you know, some if you talk about helipads, I mean, I think some of that, you know, tri-council, there'll be some good information about the helipad stuff that just makes you wonder a little bit about some of the internal decision-making around that AHS would bring up. And I don't want to muddy this discussion with that, but I think sometimes we need to continue to advocate for our region. And squeaky wheel. So there's a motion on the table to accept that letter for information. Any further discussion? Councilor Mintz?
I'll just rebut on that. I remember at the open house there in Boyle, when they were discussing the hospital there and trying to keep it open and everything, and all of a sudden, I think this is a good thing in a way, because all of a sudden, it was amazing how the MLA was just shocked that it was costing AHS so much money to keep these locum nurses or out of province nurses around and that, and he couldn't believe it. So more information given out to our MLAs. Sometimes they don't have all the information, right? So I think it's a good thing. Promoting Lac La Biche, if they do have the center and do some, you know, you look at Lacombe County or Lamont, I mean, Lamont, all of a sudden Lamont, they have a healthcare system there that they do these little mini surgeries and stuff like that. Why not there? You know, I think it's a great idea.
On the question of the adoption of the motion to accept the correspondence for information, all those in favor? And now we didn't, that one's consent agenda. So the next one will be calendars. Does anybody want a break right now? I don't think we can handle hitting through the rest before a break. So shall we take till 5 after, given that seems to be about the cycle time to go and come back? After 2. It's 5 after 2, and I'd like to reconvene the August 31st regular county council meeting for Athabasca County. The next item of business in your agendas is item number 8.2, calendars for the months of September and October. The items that I know upfront we can add are Wednesday, the 13th of September, a Mayor's and Reeves breakfast put on by the Chamber of Commerce. That's the 13th of September at 7 in the morning. The Greater North Foundation Board meeting is on the 18th this month, and there's a Greater North Foundation meeting, joint meeting with Lac La Biche County Council on the 25th. And those are the only amendments I have. Greater North Board. Maybe just go around the table and catch everybody as we go. Is that okay with Councillor Minns? Do you have anything to add to the calendars?
I don't think so.
Okay, Councillor Holland, do you have anything to add to the calendars?
Yes, please. There'll be a Athabasca Landing Trail meeting 9:30 in Edmonton on the 22nd. Thank you.
Sorry, the 11th FCSS, the 18th County Library, the 21st Town Library. I guess. Sorry.
Okay, 11th is FCSS.
FCSS, the 11th, County Library, 18th, the 21st Town Library.
Town libraries on the 21st.
Yes. 27th, I guess, road tours. And then for October, the 13th, I have Northern Lights executive meeting.
And so councillors don't have to rush to write them down. I'm sure Ms. Blair will send us an updated copy of these 2 months as soon as the minutes.
Sorry, October 13th, Northern Lights executive. Thank you. Executive meeting.
Councillor Wallach.
Healthcare retention meeting on the 25th. ASB on October 18th. I think that's it.
I spoke out of order. Councillor Gerlich, anything to add? Of October or September? Okay. Do you need one back? Okay. Anything else, Councillor Gerlich? Councillor Anderson.
Thank you. I'd like to call a committee of the whole meeting for September 19th at 9:30 a.m. I'd also like to schedule one.
So that's committee of the whole September
October-
19th. For
September
9:30 a.m.
19th.
Sorry, September
9:30.
19th.
9:30 a.m. I'd also like to schedule one for October 17th at 9:30 a.m. so that we have those dates well in advance.
Councillor Kapitanek.
Just to confirm with Councillor Wall, did you ever attend meetings? 21. Sorry. September 21st. Sorry,
ARED.
A red meeting for September 21st. I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to change that.
Do we have dates of budget meetings for September, October? 17th.
Mr. Reeve, through the chair to the deputy Reeve, October 17th, council chambers has already been booked.
By who?
ICS 200 training. That's for our emergency management plan.
Would that be something that could be well suited to happen at another facility we're shareholder in?
Yeah. I think it's Megan.
So I think one way or the other, either COW or ICS, one of them can probably rent a space at the multiplex. Is that fair?
No, we'll get ICS.
Being that that's an October date. I think.
That's September, I think, wasn't it? October. Yes,
Yeah, with respect to administration, would it be pleasing to have a budget and finance meeting on the 26th of September after MPC.
26th.
26th.
We got told MPC is going to be long, so it'd have to be a short budget meeting.
Okay. Um,
So yes, no. Budget on the 26th of
a
September.
long
after
MPC could be like an hour. Yeah.
Well, if Counselor Gerlich is the chair, it might be like,
You know,
yeah,
like that would
17
be long.
minutes.
So I mean, if that's all right. The 26th?
No,
Council's 28th. September 26th.
Pardon me. Thank you.
October. I kind of like that. I kind of like the consistency. Would that be work for October 24th as well?
I'm sorry. We had to change out our road touring because of nonsense.
We just said that a long MPC could be an hour. We still wouldn't leave time for a meeting. You could even start at noon, a budget meeting and have.
I'd prefer us to start right after MPC because it's really disruptive to have to leave for an hour and a half.
Yeah. That's the only day I have available in September. So
Counselor Holland, related to the road tour though, like the with 25 stops or whatever, I think administration's point was, if you have a 3-hour MPC, it just makes the day too short to accomplish what they want to accomplish in the road tour.
I think there was some issue when we might use Apple, the 26th as well.
That wasn't the vote of council.
No, because we decided on the schedule.
Well, we're gonna book a budget meeting on that day.
I'm calling a budget meeting for September 26th after MPC.
With the budget meeting, do we have to give it a designated time to start?
I thought it was gonna be booked. Say it for 10 o'clock.
I'll say,
10:30?
you know what, with a break. I'll say 11.
Okay.
I'll say 11 AM budget and finance. If we start late, it's because of MPC. Okay. Is that all right?
Administration.
Well, I'm sure they can.
The CEO said, yeah, we could.
Yep. We'll see.
Okay, so let's get back to one conversation. Are we good on Tuesday, the 26th? We've got MPC at 9:30 and budget at 11, road tour on the 27th at 7 AM or 6:30 AM or wherever you guys.
And
start.
if you wanted me to do October, like I said, I would be willing to schedule budget and finance on the same 24th. After
Okay.
MPC. If that works.
Seems reasonable.
Then we have our chambers. been going.
So just question to the CAO. I feel like the 24th is a deadline for someone, so can we push it to the week after?
Oh,
Yeah.
There's South Tabasco Regional Waste Services Commission on the 31st. So do you want to do it like just end of that week on the 27th or on the 30th? Well, it's only one day.
no. Looks for me.
There's a waste commission meeting on
Then the 10th,
yeah. 30th budget.
17th.
Monday, the 30th for budget and finance. Yeah,
Oh. I need Tuesday. I work on Mondays. I chair this meeting. I would like to have it on a day I don't work. Thanks.
so what day do you want it?
Well, I wanted it on the 24th. That's.
So ultimately, though, the deadline is the 24th. I mean, would it be that big of a deal to say to the other entities that were looking for their budgets, like, we want to review it on the 24th?
Okay with, what's this ASVA conference Edmonton? What's?
That's the
ASVA?
Alberta Summer Village Association.
Okay, because I'm fine with the Thursday, the 19th. I'm fine with the 12th, like Thursday, the 12th. Would that be better?
Just for clarification, everybody has to have their budget items in by the 24th. So I'm thinking, why would we do it before if we're not,
Yeah, then
don't
we
have a full
to have it in
budget?
October.
Yeah.
If not have one in October. That's fine.
Unless you want it on the 25th or but I mean, I know that
Yeah.
interferes with something else.
I'm very busy on the 25th. Thank you.
Yeah.
These are days I don't have meetings.
I think that's too
I
much.
think what
I
they're
think it's,
saying is they want to have it after.
I think it's
they
too
get
much
their
for us to
budget
ask
stuff.
all the other municipalities to move because there's 14 or 8 municipalities or something.
So we'll have one more in September. We'll have our stuff, then we'll receive everything by the 24th for everyone else, and then we'll have time to compile it, and we'll book something for November on it.
How about November 7th?
Hold on. Hold on. Gotta flip pages.
Because,
November 7th, yeah,
Okay.
that would work great.
because we've got RMA coming up. Plus
Oh, wait,
RMA is the following week,
no.
isn't it? Or no, is it?
No. Yeah,
Oh.
we're at Army.
So
I was like, no.
what about the 2nd, November 2nd? It's a Thursday.
November 2nd works for me.
We don't have to meet in chambers for that.
We could, yeah, well, let's I don't care if we meet at the green spot, we'll break in. I'm just kidding.
So the consensus around the table so far looks like budget and finance on November 2nd.
That would be lovely. Hey, no, I didn't finance in October,
But almost October.
and then November 2nd, yeah. 9:30, because there's nothing in their way.
Counselor Capitanic, any other?
That's all.
Okay, Counselor Cromwell, your list.
The only thing I can see to add is September 28th, Northern Lake College at 3 p.m. If we're done county council by then.
The current pace, we haven't been. The other one that we can add is AUMA is 27th through the 29th, just so we know when it is. And those are days that I'll be there. In September, sorry. Yes. Nope, the Deputy Reeve will be chairing that one. So you have to change the public hearing script. No. Any further adjustments or amendments? Counselor Wallach, you might have had one more.
No, just approve as amended.
Counselor Wallach has moved. We approve the calendar as amended. Looking forward to the clean version because I got a lot of crossouts. I noticed you didn't write anything down, Jim.
Make my grocery list.
See, there's lots of those. On
It's fine.
the question of the adoption of the motion to approve the calendars as amended, all those in favor? That is carried 9-0. Right. 9.1, Collington Fire, CAO Vincent, you wanted to
Yes.
speak to this?
Thank you very much. Mr. Reed, members council, I'd like to amend the recommendation. Given the fact that we're trying to line up all budget discussions and budget decisions as part of the budget process, I'd like to respectfully submit. You accept this report for information and refer it to the Budget and Finance Committee meeting for consideration as part of the 2024 capital budget.
Councillor Holland has moved that the report be accepted for information and referred to the Budget and Finance Committee for review as part of the 2024 budget. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? It's 9-0. The motion is adopted.
Thank you.
We are on reports and the first item, Councillor Holland, 10.1H.
Thank you. Just a quick update. Of course, the Athabasca Landing Trail Steering Committee does their summer break. And so of course, as discussed here just recently, our first meeting, September 22nd. During the summer, though, just wanted to give a quick update that there has been a lot of movement with regards to updating of very ancient old signage and has gone all the way down now, just a little past Rochester. So there's a little area between Rochester and Twatna that still has to be reviewed. But there has been really good progress being made on that particular trail and a lot of excitement surrounding it. So the other thing to mention, though, we still are experiencing trouble, of course, with off-highway vehicle use on the trail. And of course, we're never going to stop that, I don't think. Enforcement is very difficult and whatnot, but just I guess more than anything, the awareness of the damage that is being done to the trails, mainly at the access points, the vandalism that's happening and whatnot, and what that costs is outstanding. So I'm just hoping that people will take a bit more care and attention when they're on the trails to respect and stay on the trail. So thank you very much.
Has there ever been discussion around making them motorized? Like some of them, like the Peace River Trail is motorized, the Landing Trail is not. Like to reduce conflict, is it something that's
it has been discussed as to where that came from, et cetera, and when the trail was opened. And a lot of public engagement took place. And that was because it goes through some sections of private land. That was a stipulation for agreement, was to make sure that it remained unmotorized.
Okay. Let's do one motion at the end to accept these reports, if that suits council. 10.1 Z Northern Lights Library System, Councillor Chelsea.
We had in August, we had our executive meeting and then also our general board meeting on the 25th. Just giving everybody the heads up, as we had the presentation last year, we're still expecting a 1.5 increase until 2026. Lobbying efforts are strategically underway for funding increases by the advocacy committee, and budgets have also been respectfully submitted to corporate services.
Perfect.
Councillor Mins, Regional Waterline Feasibility Study.
Yes, I just thought I'd just give a quick update here. We had a meeting, Zoom meeting, updated Zoom meeting yesterday. And I'll bring more information regarding the feasibility study at the committee of the whole on September 19th. We had a great meeting. That was one thing anyway. So and it's moving forward. So, and on that note, I will make the motion to accept the reports.
Councillor Mins has made a motion to accept the reports of the committees that were verbally presented. Is there any further discussion or question on any of that? Seeing none, on the question of the adoption of the motion to accept the reports. All those in favor? It's adopted 9-0 and the motion is carried. We are getting to number 11. Well, before you do, just based on, we've got two items in closed session. It seems reasonable to me and maybe kind of appropriate probably that before we go into closed session, we council consider a motion to strike a subcommittee to consider the recommendations of the investigators report that's in 11.2. And that the subcommittee be comprised of those members of council who are not subject to the complaint, and that the subcommittee make a recommendation to council on what, if any, sanctions are appropriate. Now, I float that to you to see if anybody's willing to make a motion to have the subcommittee be able to discuss that again once we get there. Councillor Wallach has moved. I'll read it again. That council strike a subcommittee to consider the recommendation of the investigators report in 11.2, and that the subcommittee be comprised of those members of council who are not subject to the code complaint, and that the subcommittee make recommendations to council on what, if any, sanctions or outcomes are appropriate. Discussion? Counselor Holland.
Thank you. In my opinion, I believe the investigation was thorough and complete. I am in. We've been given the recommendations. They're solid recommendations. I believe we've spent enough time, effort, money, etc. on this topic and do not feel that dragging it out any further is necessary.
Any further discussion? Seeing none on the adoption of the motion to strike the subcommittee as proposed in the motion, all those in favor? Opposed? Sorry, got your hands up, so I can't. Opposed? So we got 3, so 6 and 3, and the motion is adopted. It's in order to take a motion to enter closed session. Councillor Minns has moved. All those in favor of entering closed session for the purpose of discussing section number 11.1, 11.2 under sections 23 and 16 of the Ford Act. That is adopted 9-0 and the motion is carried. We'll break for 30 seconds while we shut off the recording and Cole departs.